Shalom, shalom. Shalom to the 12 tribes of Israel. Y'all Bashim, Yahshua Brakatah. Brakatah. We got the mighty Malachium in the house today. We're bringing out the Feast of Simon. We've all come and gathered ourselves together as we should, as we're commanded to do. And we're going to be, today we're going to be bringing out a timeline on the Feast of Simon and also the destruction of Nicanor. So we're going to be in First Maccabees, the book of First Maccabees, and we're going to start from chapter 1, and we're going to work our way on all the way to chapter 13. Okay, so we're going to start again from chapter 1, and we're going to work our way all the way to chapter 13. If we could go ahead and start with chapter 1, verse 1 through 11.
So this is First Maccabees chapter 1, starting at the top. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians, and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece, and made many wars and many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth. And he went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. Whereupon he was exalted in his heart, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries and nations and kings, who became tributaries unto him. And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. So Alexander reigned 12 years, and then died. And his servants there rule every one in his place. After his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their son after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of them a wicked root, and what's that word? Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus, the king, who had been in hostage at Rome. And he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow.
So here we see Alexander, and he had a short-lived rulership. He ruled for 12 years, but in doing so, he had a mighty and strong host, ruling over many different countries, conquering many different people and nations and kings, right? And he made them tributaries. Tributary means that you have to pay taxes or pay a sum to who rules over you. That's what a tribute. Just like today in America, we pay taxes. That's us paying tributary. We have to pay tribute to the federal government, right? We have to pay it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, because they take it right out your taxes, right? So that's what was going on then. Everywhere, all the nations around that they were taking over and conquering, they made them pay tribute to them to let them know that they were the dominant power and in rulership. Go ahead, Zaquan.
God, and just put another twist or level of that wicked rulership. When you think about the cartel in Mexico, everybody got to pay them. They're getting extorted, right? It talks about, you read wicked rulership. They got it on lock down there, all the way down in South America. So this type of stuff that happens in this Bible is still happening in the world today with wicked rulers. And then when that wicked ruler dies, his underlings take charge and run. And that's what it said in there. So just like the government that's established here, there's also these little wicked rulerships that are ruling. And honestly, the government is over them because they allow all that. Right. How do you think all the guns and everything got into the hood? How the drugs get into the hood?
Con.
So yeah, Bible's real.
Oh, praises. Yeah, and like Zaquan said, this was a wicked rulership, and when Alexander passed, he split his kingdom and put crowns upon his servants.
Right.
And it says there came out of those that he crowned a wicked root, Antiochus or Antiochus. I hear it pronounced both ways. And he was the son of Antiochus the king, right? So this is his son, who had been a hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks, right? So he was a king of the Greeks. And it says in those days, right? So we were a part of that tributary. We were conquered. We were oppressed, right? They were the Greeks. They were ruling over us, and not just us, but all the other nations as well. Okay, so just like today, we give in. We submit. A lot of our people submit themselves to the American way, right? The American dream, having this American lifestyle, right? But for those that are about God's laws, they're like, no, we're not going to do that. That's not what we are. That's not our heritage. That's not our culture. Okay. And so we're going to see the accounts of what's going on today, what's happening then. And what was happening then is going on today.
Well, beloved, you know I'm excited. You know I'm excited. First of all, salute and double honors to the cap putting it all together. But with our people coming in, not a lot of people understand Simon. You know what I mean? So I'm very happy that we're actually broadcasting this and teaching this. So when you start talking about these wicked rulers and these different things like that, the truth becomes more real to people who are in this wicked society. You know what I mean? It starts to become to a point where they're like, hold on, I'm about to start paying attention to these Hebrews, man, because this is real history and it's still happening today. So, all right, so there's something I kind of wanted to touch on. As we start to see in this world, there was a movie that said we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. I don't remember who said it, but it's a movie. It's an older school movie. When they came here, right, they were forcing things. So it wasn't like somebody said, you know what, I'm gonna ride with that. They were for the boarding schools on the indigenous. That was for they were taking children from people and putting it. So you have this spectrum. Nowadays, they're not forcing nothing. Our people are running to serve, make America great again.
That's right.
Because they don't have this. They don't have their heritage. They don't have their culture. So while you're bringing this out, and anyone listening, and if they tune in, I want you to look at the past, the present, and what the future is going to bring. Make a decision if you want to return to your heritage or let these people tell you what your heritage should be.
That's right.
I get back.
Con.
And Salaki, I'll just jump in here and there just to kind of touch up.
Please, I love that, Zaquan. Thawad for that. Yeah. And to touch on what Zaquan was just bringing out, he's talking about that verse 11. It says, in those days went there out of Israel, right? Our people, wicked men, right? Who persuaded many.
That's right.
It's okay to be to want to live that American dream, right? It's okay to give in to your oppressors. Okay, that's our people. That's what they showed, and they set those people right. Those are the popular people. Those are your actors. Those are your rappers. Those are your politicians. Yep. Those are the wicked men that are put over you, persuading you to fall in line.
Right.
Right. Now we sheep, but the sheep. You're under the right shepherd. Those we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. So when you start going against this okay, I'm not taking the COVID-19 shot. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting that in my body. But then everybody else saying, no, you have to. I'm gonna gotta take. That's them making a covenant with the heathen. I don't need that in my body. Nothing happened to me during all those years that have passed till now, right? The Most High has kept me in good health, me personally, right? I didn't take it. My kids didn't take it. My wife. We don't need it. We got.
The live stream is freezing. I think we're a little too far from your Wi-Fi.
When did they today?
Oh, are
Is-
we connected to his Wi-Fi?
It connected to his Wi-Fi, but it's not that many bars over here, so it keeps freezing and going black.
Oh man,
The wind's gonna make it worse too.
I'll try to put it on my hotspot. I mean,
I don't really have no solution.
yeah.
I'm gonna try to put it on my hotspot.
It's freezing on them.
Yeah, I see people leaving too. 'Cause
Leaving?
Don't do it.
it goes black on here, but when I go on my phone, it's frozen.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna try to connect it to
I was
my.
on?
on
It's working. It's working.
It's going in and out.
Maybe on yours, but not on Zebulon.
No, like on here, it's going black, and so when I go on here, I'll see that it goes, and then it goes, and then it pauses, and like I can't pin a comment or none of that.
All right.
Right now, it's good.
All right. Well, you know what? Whatever they get, they get. There's nothing we can really do. That's above our pay grade. But what you're saying in Egypt, when they came out of Egypt, right? They had that same spirit. Like, I'd rather stay and do what Egypt was doing than to come away from it. And that's what's happening in here too. It's like, ooh, they're offering a better deal. Grass is greener over there if we get with these Grecians.
Right. And Moses had to deal with that too, right? He
Yep.
could have chose to live the life of an Egyptian and be top status, right? Live a king, like a life of a king,
Real talk.
right? He was at the top. He had whatever he wanted. He had servants,
Working.
him, whatever he needed. It was brought to him. He could have just, I need this, boom, brought to him on a gold platter.
And that's why Zaquan Mashah is his name's Zaquan Mashah, because he was in a Christian church
Yeah.
teaching, right?
Yeah.
And when he saw the afflictions of our people, and the Christian church wasn't addressing that, he's like, I got to leave this, and I got to put my Zaquan Mashah on
That's
and
right.
serve in the Hebrew nation.
Yeah.
So that's why he has that name. So when you really see him being that Christian pastor, he could have lived that life and just been like, got
Yeah.
a congregation, everybody's cool.
Yeah.
But he said a conviction came over him. And
Yeah.
when you think about Moses, when he saw a Hebrew brother getting beat down in
That's
front
right.
of him, he couldn't do it.
Nope.
He couldn't do it. And we can't do it. And that's why we're here.
Right.
See, there is no Hebrew Israelite in this truth doing the work that's selfish.
Con.
Because you wouldn't be here. You go do you. You're
Right.
here for your people.
That's right. Our next verse is going to be chapter 2, First Maccabees chapter 2, verse 1 through 5.
Thanks.
It's working good right now.
All praises.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 2, and verse 1. In those days arose Mattathias, the son of John,
Come on.
the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Jorab from Jerusalem, and dwelt in Modin. And he had 5 sons: Jonanan, called Caddis, Simon, called Thassi, Judas, who was called Maccabeus, Eleazar, called Avarin, and Jonathan, whose surname was Apis.
Con. So I wanted to bring that out to show the mighty men of Israel that were leading the charge in dealing with these Greeks. Okay, we have Mattathias, which was the father, right, and he was a priest. So we're dealing with Levites here.
Come on.
Okay, and it says his 5 sons, right? That's what it takes. It takes an army.
Yeah.
And so Mattathias was the head, right, like a bishop, and then he had his captains, right? He had his captains calling shots.
And they're dedicated.
That's right.
Levites were dedicated. They set the tone for the rest of the nation to become kings and priests.
Yep.
They were actually warriors.
Huh.
And
we're gonna get plenty of examples of that coming up shortly. And so he has his 5 sons: Johanan, Simon, Judas, Eleazar, and Jonathan. Okay, so we're gonna get
this is like tabernacles out in the wilderness teaching the flock.
God.
We're dealing with the elements.
We're gonna get a lot of accounts of these brothers and all the trials and tribulations that they had to overcome to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Let's get 2 Maccabees chapter 2, verse 27 through 30. Oh, it's First Maccabees. Salakia. Did I say Second Maccabees?
Yeah.
Oh, Salakia. First Maccabees. Salakia for that. First Maccabees chapter 2, verse 27 through 30. Salakia for that. That would out for the correction.
Okay, so So this is First Maccabees, chapter 2, right? 2 and 27 through 30. It says, and Mattathias cried throughout the city with a loud voice, saying, whoever whosoever is zealous of the law and maintaineth the covenant, let him follow me.
Can I get that one more time? One more time.
Whosoever is zealous of the law and maintaineth the covenant, let him follow.
That's right.
Come on.
That should come out on the street more.
Right. Come on. I like that. That's First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 27. All right, so I'm gonna continue on. This is 28 through 30. So he and his son fled into the mountains and left all that ever they had in the city. Then many sought after justice with judgment, went down into the wilderness to dwell there. Both they and their children and their wives and their cattle, because afflictions increased sore upon them.
Khan, all praises for that. Oh, Salakia, man. The wind is powerful. All right.
I think Saquon has something. Did you have something, King?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Khan. Let's grab that. Not yet, Salakia. So now Mattathias, right, in verse 27, he cried throughout the city with a loud voice. He was yelling at the top of his lungs because he was zealous. That's what you do when you're zealous, right? You're on fire. You're bringing it out mightily, so you could put the show how important this is to the people.
That's
Because
right.
if he speaks with a soft voice, no one's gonna listen to him. They ain't gonna hear him out. He's over there speaking, whispering it. No, he's crying aloud, right, and letting his people know, whoever is zealous of the law, right, whoever wants to serve the Most High God, whoever wants to keep the covenant
Right.
that He made with us in the wilderness, follow me, because I'm gonna show you, right? If you're about it, let's gather together, because these Greeks are out here killing us,
Right.
out here telling us we can't keep the law, statutes, and commandments. So we have to come together as a nation, right, and help each other, because he couldn't do it alone. But guess what he did? Him and his sons, they fled into the wilderness, and everyone, right? He set that example though. They could have went out on just him and his sons, and nobody followed,
Right.
right? It could have just been him and his sons. At the end of the day, you get whatever the Most High gives you. So if that was going to be the case, that was the case. But it says, so he and his sons fled into the mountains and left everything they had. So you have to be willing to be able to do so as well,
Right.
if it comes down to it, right? This is the example that they're setting for us. Then it says in 29, then many that sought after justice and judgment went down into the wilderness to dwell there. They wanted that justice and judgment comes from the law, statutes, and commandments.
Con.
That's what they wanted to be under.
That's right.
That's what they were submitting themselves. They were submitting themselves to the Most High God,
That's right.
not to the heathen.
That's right.
They didn't make a covenant with the heathen. They made a covenant with the Most High God. So you
And that's-
have to make a decision,
That's keeping the law in itself.
right? Who are you going to serve?
Right.
Are you going to serve America, or are you going to serve the Most High God?
That's right.
Make a decision.
Precept.
Come on, bring it out.
Deuteronomy 7 and 9. So we understand that they're recognizing there's a covenant. We understand that they're coming to the covenant, but there's also something else that they recognize. Our Lord, our Father, our God, right? He cannot lie, right? So watch this. Deuteronomy 7 and 9. Now, therefore, that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him, and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. So they know that their God is on point. It's on us. By Shema Mashiach.
Call her law. Call her law. And I just wanted to finish up on that 30. They and their children and their wives and their cattle,
That's right.
right? Took everything. Now they left the other stuff, right? But they took their wives, their children, and their cattle, right? That was important. That had to come. That had to come along. Now, watch this. Because afflictions increase sore upon them. Afflictions are increasing sore upon us but some of our people are just so ignorant to the fact that it is happening,
Right.
right? Look at what they're teaching the kids in school now.
Mhm.
They're teaching about Satanism. They're teaching about transgenderism,
Yup.
being a transgender. Oh, you're not really a boy, you're a girl. What
Mhm.
are you talking about? You are what the Most High made you. There's no switching. There's no changing. That's of the devil.
Right.
So don't be deceived, right? Stand firm, stand strong, in the law, statutes, and commandments, and serve the Most High God. That's what these people were going to do, right? Let's grab 2 Maccabees chapter 49 through 51.
First or second?
First Maccabees, did I say second again?
Yeah.
Salakia. It's because I'm on chapter 2. It's
Yeah.
throwing me off. Salakia. First Maccabees chapter 2, verse 49 through 51. Salakia.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 2, and verse 49. Now, when the time drew near that Mattathias should die, he said unto his sons,
Mm,
Now hath pride and rebuke gotten strength,
mm.
and the time of destruction and the wrath of indignation. Now, therefore, my sons, be ye zealous for the law,
Mm.
and give your lives for the covenants of your fathers. Call to remembrance what acts our fathers did in their time, so shall you receive great honor and an everlasting name.
Mm.
Call for law. So that's what's going on right now. Pride and destruction is at hand. It's happening all around us, right? Not, and we can't just blame it on the heathen. It's our own people killing each other, because that. But again, it's the agenda that the heathen push upon us, and we make a covenant with that agenda,
Right.
and then that agenda causes us to kill each other, right?
Right.
So we can't make a covenant with them, but we have to be zealous for the law
Right.
and examine yourself.
Mhm.
Are you willing to give your life for the covenant of your fathers?
That part.
You have to make that decision. I can't make it for you. I can teach you. I can exhort you. I could, do anything I possibly can for you, but I can't walk your walk.
Let me touch that.
Come on, bring it out.
All right. So a lot of people could say that. Peter said that. I'm riding Yahushua. I'm with it. And then deny him 3 times before pro.
Come on.
Even though we say it, I remember little Danya Allah only being maybe 12 years old, sitting with me. We're going to a street teaching, and I'm driving, and he looks at me and he says, I'm ready, Dad. I'm like, what you ready for, son? He said, I'm ready. I go, what you ready for? I'm ready to die for the Lord.
That's
At
right.
12 years old. And I said, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You busting a Peter right now. You think you ready to die for the Lord. But the thing is you got to at least start. You got to at least talk to yourself and give yourself an opportunity to say, okay, if I am ready, how can I prove this? And the channel's called Success's Journey, because successfully entering into the kingdom is to die to yourself. Paul says, I die daily. So don't beat yourself up on the live. Anyone who's listening and they're hearing this, they're like, oh, I don't got it like that. I'm not ready to die. Peter thought he was, and he wasn't either.
With the heater.
Yeah, Peter had a heater. You feel me?
Yeah.
He kept it 100. He's taking ears off. He was ready to die.
Yeah.
He was. But you could go in and out of that spirit. Everyone's felt it.
Right.
Everyone's felt it. So if you fight every day to die daily to keep this law, statutes, and commandments, the Lord will bring you to where you need to be.
That's right.
Because with man, it's
Possible.
but with Hamashiach,
All things are possible.
so that's the only way you're going to do this one. Come on.
Now without for that, Saquon.
Call the law.
Beautiful. And in 51 also, very, very important. I gave all of that.
Tawadah says, thank you.
In verse 51 is very, very powerful. It says, and this is what we're doing here today. Okay? This is what we're doing here today. Call to remembrance what acts our fathers did in their time. This is what we're doing right now. We're bringing out the acts of our forefathers. And we're examining it
Right.
and seeing, can we walk the footsteps of our forefathers? Can we do these things? Can we come together? Can we battle our oppressors?
Right.
We can, Most High willing. right?
Yep.
But this is why we need to come together, though.
Yep.
It wasn't just Judas, Slakia, Mattathias and his sons. It was everyone else that was zealous to keep the law around them. Okay, you can't have captains with no soldiers,
Right.
no officers, right? No people to protect. It's the whole point of an army is to protect somebody.
Hallelujah.
We need to protect someone. So this is what we're protecting our wives. We're protecting our children. We're protecting our brethren. We're protecting our nation.
Mentally, physically, spiritually,
In every
financially,
single way.
you name it.
In
Every
every single
part.
way. In every aspect. And then you shall receive great honor and an everlasting name.
God.
Now we're going to go to 1 Maccabees chapter 2, verse 64 through 70.
This is the First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 64 through 70. It says, "Wherefore, my sons, be valiant and show yourselves men in the behalf of the law, for by it shall you obtain glory."
Pause there. Glory, the Most High's glory is Yahweh Shah. That's his glory. Okay, you're gonna receive Christ if you show yourself. If you be valiant and show yourselves men on behalf of the law. Okay, Christ kept the law. Okay, then you shall obtain glory. Keep these laws, statutes, and commandments. You're gonna receive Christ.
Mhm.
Okay, that's the glory.
Verse 65. "And behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear unto him always.
Mhm.
He shall be a father unto you."
Salakia, real quick. He's a man of what?
Counsel.
Counsel.
Who's a wonderful counselor?
Mashiach.
Christ.
Hamashiach. That brother already had Hamashiach on.
That's right.
That's right. Verse 66. "As for Judas Maccabeus, he had been mighty and strong, even from his youth up.
Ha
Let him be your captain,
ha.
and fight the battle of the people.
God.
Take also unto you all those that observe the law, and avenge ye the wrong of your people."
Mm.
Fire. "Recompense fully the heathen, and take heed to the commandments of the law." So he blessed them, and was gathered to his fathers. And he died in the 146th year, and his sons buried him in the how do you sepulchres? Yes, sepulcher. Yep, of his fathers at Modin, and all Israel made great limitations for him.
Khan. So this is an account of Mattathias now passing away, right? But before he went, he said, make sure you be valiant for the law. Okay? Be valiant for the law. And behold,
That definition.
I know that your brother, now he had 5 children, right? But he speaks on Simon and he speaks on Judas
Right.
particularly, okay?
Mhm.
Because he's seen something on them, right? Just like I see some things on my kids.
Right.
Each one is different, right? Each one has different abilities. That you see it from a youth. I think I see one that reminds me of Judas.
Right.
And Zaquan knows exactly which one I'm talking about. Don't mess with that one.
Right. Hey,
God.
real quick, that the scripture talks about Israelites being what? Stubborn, right?
God.
If you're stubborn for the Lord, that's a good thing.
That's a very good
That's a
thing.
good
That's a
thing.
blessing.
Yeah.
You won't go any other way.
No.
You
gonna-
can't persuade me otherwise.
Right.
Right? So he says, Simon is a man of counsel. He had a lot of wisdom. He knew how to deal with his people with wisdom, right? Now, Judas, he said, hey, he's strong. That's a big brother right there. He know how to fight. He's gonna lead you into these battles.
Right.
Okay? Simon's gonna sit back and draw the blueprint.
Right.
Judas is gonna execute the blueprint.
Another brother gonna finance and pull the resources.
Yep. So they work. You see how they're even in this higher up leadership, they have to work together
Right.
to get it done. It couldn't just be one person.
Yeah.
Everybody had a part to play.
He got a definition for you.
Bring it out.
Bring it strong, man. And before you bring that, many parts of the body.
That's right. Many members.
Valiant, possessing or showing courage or determination.
So we knew the Levites set the tone with their devotion to the temple and to the work of the Lord. So what better to kick off for us to be a nation of kings and priests than them to show their devotion and be valiant in even battle. So battles are really like black and white thing. You're going to live or die through this battle, bro. Hey, there's 20 of us, 15 coming back.
Yep.
Send the cowards back. Because there are cowards.
Gone.
There are.
Gone.
But where do cowards get cast?
The lake of fire.
So you got to make a decision. There's two deaths. The physical one and then the after one.
Yep.
So I'll just take the first one, please.
Gone.
You know what I mean? I'll just take that first one because,
Yep.
you know, the Lord is so powerful and so good. He's put our forefathers telling us that if you serve me like a Mashiach and give your life, that's going to echo into your brothers and sisters. And that's what this whole story and that's what this whole feast is. It's so that we can get some of this in our spirit.
Ah,
I yield.
all praises. Want to grab that first before we go? We're gonna pull a preset. 1 second. 1 second. Got it?
The book of Hebrews chapter 9 and verse 27. And it is appointed unto men once to die,
Right.
but after this is the judgment.
Mhm. So it's a lake of fire, or
Lake of fire.
right?
Everybody has to go here, right?
Yeah.
Everybody sometime at some point gonna die, right?
Right.
That's not the one we really worried about.
Right.
You don't want to die here, right? Without walking in Hamashiach.
Right.
Hamashiach. Because if you don't put on Hamashiach and you die, that second judgment, you're already dead.
Man,
You judge yourself
Huh?
right.
through your actions.
There's your reward. You got two rewards. One, eternal life, or the lake of fire. I ain't seen no third option in this
No.
whole 80 books.
Nope.
There is no third option.
It's life or death.
Yeah. So that's why you have to every day die daily now so that you can be prepared for any death, but then also for the life that's coming.
Everlasting.
Yep. And remember, there's a scripture that says this life is but a
Vapor. Like a mist. I said, like I was telling Kadash the other day, I said, man, your life is like, you know, when the sprinklers is on and you're looking at the water and then it just disappears.
yeah,
That's your life.
right. Compared to
That's
eternal.
Like, man, that's so deep. I'm like, it is. I mean, if you think about it, right? We here one day and go on the next. I said, this could be your last. So, you know, make sure you don't tarry, right? Don't wait to serve the Most High God. Make the change now. If somebody tells you, gives you correction, make that change immediately.
Mhm.
Don't wait, right?
Michael Jackson had a song, "Make That Change." Remember Man in the Mirror?
Man in the mirror.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if you're not self-reflecting and examining yourself,
Yeah.
I just want one precept.
You might forget what you look like. That's what the scripture's talking about. As soon as you leave that mirror, you forgot what you look like. You
like.
forgot that. I forgot I was a Israelite that keeping the law, statutes, and
Right.
commandments.
That I was made
I
in
totally
the image.
forgot.
Right.
I was American.
Can I get Psalms 4:4? Because I think a lot of times life is so busy. You got work, right? You have family, to and fro. Shoot, everybody got to throw themselves in the shower once in a while, right? You're always busy. You know what I mean? So somebody got to eat. You got to cook. I mean, constantly. What I'm saying. All right, she gonna get me on that one. She go, I'm gonna tell the congregation you didn't take no shower. You're supposed to be clean all the time. But now I go home and crash on the bed and I'm out. Hey, what shower? We're talking about shower. Fall asleep. So I just sit back just to watch TV, but that's how busy life is. And if you in the ministry, oh my Lord, you thought you were sleeping, but this phone call just came through.
Yep.
But my point is this, baby, you got me missing off. Where was I going?
Did you want a preset?
Yeah, Psalms 4:4 for the
Psalms
examination.
4:4.
Yeah. Because you're so busy that if you don't stop and let this thing awe you, you know what I mean? Like Sis Lydia on the ride up here, she said this. She goes, I don't think people really realize that God is doing things. She didn't say it like that, but that's what she meant. And then I thought about you, Cap. Watch this. Out of all the videos on YouTube, there's billions of videos. One day, Success's Journey pops up on your feed.
Yep.
You weren't subscribed. You didn't know me from nothing. Yeah. And watch this. You see the video. Oh, them brothers is bringing it out in Antioch,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
If I didn't put the email on there, you couldn't have reached out.
No.
He reached out. How many years ago was that? Now the whole congregation, you're the captain of that congregation, and we're all here right now.
Hallelujah.
Bashima Mashiach. So look what else he's doing all over the world. It's no coincidence how this works. So be in awe of it. Psalms 4:4.
Call hello. That was about 4 years ago.
Yeah. And look at where we're at right now. All because of that. What if you would have said, I ain't gonna reach out to them brothers. I don't like the way they brought it out. You know, he's like, hold on, these brothers is trying to teach the truth out in my city.
Yeah.
In my hood.
In my hood.
Hold
What
on
you
a
doing in
minute.
my hood?
Yeah. What are y'all doing over?
Not invite me.
Yeah, right. And then guess what Cap did? He got in his car and drove out to my hood.
God.
And I was late, remember? And he was out there rebuking at the gate. I said, this dude right here is something. Bring it out. Stand in awe, all that, y'all.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 4, and verse 4. Stand in awe.
Stand
and
in what?
Sin not.
Stand in what?
Stand in awe.
The Lord is real. He's saying, listen, I know you think this is just going on, but it's not. It's me.
All is your jaw is dropped.
Yeah.
Your jaw is dropped. Your jaws are dropped, saying like, wow, that all did really happen.
Yeah, like Godzilla pulled up on us right now. We be in awe.
Took your breath.
Right. We be in awe. Be in awe how I'm orchestrating the nations rise right in front of you and how you're a part of it. Be in awe of that thing. Don't sleep on me. The Lord is saying, don't sleep on me.
That's right.
Read it from the jump, King.
Verse 4. Stand in awe.
Stand in what?
Stand in awe.
See, we can't be sleeping on these words in the Bible. Read.
And sin not.
And then don't sin once you realize I'm amongst Israel. Read.
Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still.
Examine yourself and see where you fit in and get in.
Because that's when you really get into your deep thoughts, right?
Yeah.
It's at nighttime, you're on your bed, you're like, man, that brother brought it out to me today, and I'm just sit back and think on it.
Right?
He was bringing out mighty, and he didn't speak one lie. It was all straight out the Bible. And you just go sit there and commune on your bed. Am I really? I say I love God.
Right.
He told me I didn't. And he proved it in the
Right,
scriptures.
right. Yeah.
I don't keep not one commandment.
I don't even know the
I
commandment.
don't even know the commandment.
What commandment?
Yeah. So yeah, Khan, standing off, mouth wide open, flies flying in there and everything. Khan. So we got the First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 1 and 2.
Bring it out.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 1. Then his son Judas, called Maccabeus, rose up in his stead. Verse 2. And all his brethren helped him. And so did all they that held with his father. And they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel.
I got one quick one. So what does stead mean? Anybody?
In his steed, in his place.
Right. There was a void. There was a gap.
Khan.
So, brothers, when you see a void in a gap, there's your cue.
And there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work on the table.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of work on the table
Call
that
hello.
needs to get picked up.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Can you read that again?
So fill that position. Fill that office.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it out one more time.
Chapter 3, verse 1. Then his son Judas, called Maccabeus, rose up in his stead. And all his brethren helped him. And so did all they that held with his father.
Hey, salute to the congregation helping build the nation.
That's right.
Man.
And they fought with cheerfulness the battle. And they fought with cheerfulness.
Wow.
I mean,
The-
how many?
I slipped past that.
That's deep.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring it
Oh,
up.
bring it
Go
out.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Whenever you finish.
And they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel.
Man.
So like Zaquan said, his stead, right? He filled the gap. The bishop, right? The bishop, the head of the congregation, Mattathias, he was gone. Judas now filled that position. Okay. And he was leading his brethren, right? But look, and all his brethren helped him. He didn't just step up and do everything, right? You can't put all the burden on his shoulders. You got to step up and help him, right? Help the leadership around you. And then you will learn from them, right? You will learn from those leaders, and then you can become a leader, Lord willing, right? You can lead your people, but you have to start somewhere. Don't be like, well, I didn't start at the top, so I don't even want to try. I didn't get the highest position right from the jump, so I'm not even gonna try. It's too hard. No, it says you have to fight this battle with cheerfulness.
Mm.
You have to. This has to be a joyful battle. Now, of course, it's gonna be hard, and you're gonna have tears, and you're gonna, all these things are gonna happen.
Man.
But you ever cried and you're just still smiling at the same time?
Yeah.
You're like, something just bad just happened, but I'm still happy because I know it was of the Lord.
Yeah.
Right? This is how you have to fight the battle. You see your brother dead, and he died, and we're gonna get some accounts coming up, right? But you know what, brother, you died, and I'm crying, but at the end of the day, you died for your people. And what a better death, right? So at the same time, you're still cheerful. You can they call it solace, right? Being comforted. You can have comfort in that, knowing that you're right. I would have more comfort in a family member dying for the Lord,
Right.
than dying in the world.
Right.
The other one, I'm vexed because
Right.
they never got right.
Right.
The other one, I'm hurt because this was a mighty brother, but he died for the Lord.
That's right.
So I have to have that cheerfulness too, knowing that he did his part. Then I have to do my part. And one day if that be the Lord's will, just like Hamashiach had to play his part.
Right.
Right? Let's go to chapter First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 19 through 22.
This First Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 19 through 22.
Beloved, speak just a little bit louder or hold it closer.
Says, for the victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of an host, but strength cometh from heaven.
Hallelujah.
They come against us in much pride and iniquity to destroy us and our wives and our children,
Wow.
and to spoil us.
Wow.
But we fight for our lives and our laws. Wherefore the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face. And as for you, be ye not afraid of them.
That's a command. Be ye not afraid of them, right?
Sound like Joshua.
The victory stands not in the multitude of hosts.
Yep.
Means it doesn't matter if we have 1 million soldiers on the front line. It could be me and one other brother. It could just be me up there, right? If the Lord is with me, right? Just like David and Goliath. It didn't matter. David probably weighed 100 pounds and Goliath weighed 700 pounds. It didn't matter the size difference. If the Lord is with you, you're going to win that battle, right? And then it says, strength comes from heaven. That comes from the Most High God. They come, right? This nation, the evilness of this world, it comes with much pride and iniquity, which is sin, to destroy us, our wives, our children, and to spoil us. Spoil means to steal from us, to take what we have, right? What did they take from us? Our laws, our statutes, our commandments, our heritage, our culture, our Bible. They took the Most High away from us too, right? They try to keep them hid, but this is coming out. This is coming out, and our people need to receive it. The Most High is giving us our everything back, everything.
One precept.
God,
Can I have one of y'all read it? This is going to be Joshua 23 and 10. And bring that thing out, man. Bring that thing out. This is 23 and 10. So if you was holding the AK, this is the clip. King James says it beautiful, but every translation is hard. And I want y'all to focus on the first word. The first word. Because it speaks individually. But look how big it is.
This
So-
is the book of Joshua, chapter 23 and verse 10.
Hold it. So if you think just you by yourself ain't nothing, the Bible don't say that. This is what the Bible says.
Verse 10. One man of you shall chase 1,000.
How many?
One man of you shall chase 1,000. For the Lord your God, he it is that fighteth for you,
Period.
as he has promised you.
There. As he what?
as he hath promised you.
Word don't come back.
Boy,
He cannot lie.
God.
that reminds me of what's the dude with the long hair?
Oh, Samson.
That
Samson.
reminds me of Samson.
All he needs is a donkey jaw,
That's
and it's on and cracking.
Yep. Taking out armies.
how our people are, though.
Hold on. Hamashiach is one man. He put it all down.
That's right. That's right. One will chase 1,000. Imagine that. Picture that in your mind. I can't even picture 1,000 people, right? Like 1,000 people would take up this whole street.
Yeah.
The whole street, this whole street is running away from one man. One man on one end of the street and 1,000 running down the other way.
And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when they would scare the hosts by like making a roar or a sound somewhere far away. Yeah, they'll make a tumult or something, and they're like, "Oh man, they sound like they're a whole gang of them." But it could just be like one dude hitting something. You know what I'm saying? We put the loudspeaker on and put a Bluetooth, and oh man, they're deep over there. We're out of here. But it's one man. But yeah. So you know, it's the Lord. He has tactics. So it doesn't always have to just be just like one guy, and they only see one guy. But it could. Because if a Mashiach steps on the scene and you know who he is, you're either with him or against him, and you know what he's doing. Especially when them feet start smashing everything like the grapes, and there's blood to the bridle.
Yep.
Whole nations are gonna take off. Be in their bunkers.
Even the demons tremble.
Even the demons tremble.
Back to First Maccabees chapter 3 verse 21, it says, "We fight for our lives and our laws." That's what we have to be fighting for.
That's a fire.
Why are we going and fighting for the heathen? Why are we going in the army, the navy, the Marines, the Air Force, the whatever else there is?
So they can set up democracy in the McDonald's over there and get money out of these people.
Whose fight are you fighting over there?
Right.
You're not fighting for your law, statutes, and commandments, are you?
Right.
Are you by doing that? We're at war right here at home. This is where the war is at.
Most of our
In
people,
the hood.
most of our people are fighting for a paycheck
You fight for a paycheck.
and a new
Right.
Camaro,
Gone.
new
Or a house or
a new Tundra truck.
right. Whatever, right? Anything. They're trying to be comfortable in this world.
Yep.
I don't see right. Well, you see us. We're out there in the hoods, right? I don't see the other people over there. You know, they have all the military training and stuff. You guys should be out there in the hoods,
Yep. Yep.
banding together, bringing this word out mightily.
Right.
Do you see the craziness going on over there?
Con, and
The
real
lack of knowledge there.
And we want to salute Tazadak out there in Israel right now. His plane landed, I want to say either yesterday. And that's a soldier that has given his life to building this nation.
Oh, hello.
So double honors. We salute you, Tazadak, if you hear this.
Khan. Yahweh Hashem, Yahshua Barakatah.
I called him. I'm like, what you doing out in Israel right now, brother? Going to war. He's like, man,
all praises.
it's crazy.
Khan.
You know he's in Israel, right?
Let's get First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 32 and 33.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 32. So he left Lysias, a nobleman, and one of the blood royal, to oversee the affairs of the king from the river Euphrates unto the borders of Egypt, and to bring up his son Antiochus until he came again.
Khan. So we got Lysias, right? A nobleman, and one of the blood royal. See, even the heathens go off of their bloodline, right? So he was of royal blood, right? Just like we're of royal blood,
Right.
right? They know, we don't know. To oversee the affairs of the king from the river Euphrates unto the borders of Egypt, and to bring up his son Antiochus until he came again. So this was Antiochus Jr., right? Antiochus is in power. He sets up Lysias, and now Lysias is in charge of watching over his son Antiochus. Okay, it's Antiochus. There's multiple Antiochus because if you've seen Alexander crowned Antiochus not even the senior. I'm not sure on the how it goes, but it talks about him already having a father in the first place. So now we have another Antiochus come into play. So there's been 3 Antiochuses coming into play, or Antiochus, however you want to call it. And so we're just getting some. We're seeing their government, right? I'm just giving some key points on their government and who's getting set up into play, because again, this is a timeline, so we can kind of understand the events without having to read through the entire thing. Because we would be here for a long time if we went through the entire thing. Now we got I think it's 30. It's like yeah, kind of. First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 38 and 39.
So this is First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 38 and
I
39.
should be reading along. Read along.
Then Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Joraminus, and Nicanor, and Gorgias, mighty men of the king's friends. And with them he sent 40,000 footmen and 7,000 horsemen to go into the land of Judah and to destroy it as the king commanded.
We have built something, right? Judas Maccabee, Matthias, starting with Matthias. Remember, we went off into the wilderness and we got built up. We brought ourselves together and built up just as we're doing here today, right? The heathens hate to see when we build something up. They hate it. They want to see us in the trap, and there is in the Bible. All people are at. Where Jews reside.
Right.
Okay, so we're in the ghettos and we're in the trap.
Right.
Okay, a trap is a snare.
Yep.
Our people are trapped there.
Yep.
They can't get out.
Yep.
How do they get out? They can't unless they come back to the law, statutes, and commandments.
And the truth shall make you
Free. We're killing each other in those traps. Everyone is set against each other. Oh, you're from this street? I'm from this street.
man.
I'm gonna kill you. What are you talking about right now? You're from 18th Street. I'm from 19th. You're gonna kill me? What? You got a blue bandana on and he got a red one? What?
I've seen cousins bang on each other over sets.
What are you? Come fight for the Lord. Lack of knowledge.
Yep.
Our people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. We got all these oppressors oppressing us, and you want to kill your brother. You can't use that energy, that mindset for righteousness. You willing to die for a street? You willing to die for a color? You willing to die for a harlot? You willing to die for drugs? But you can't die for your people.
Good is evil and evil is good.
It's crazy.
Backwards.
It's madness, right? And that's the curses.
Yep.
That goes back to the curses.
Yep.
He will smite thee with madness.
Man.
That's what it is. Okay. It's lucky we did. And then so for 38, right? Lysias, he's in charge. He's second in command to Antiochus. Okay. Lysias then chose Ptolemy, Dormenes,
The son of Dormenes.
Oh, Salakia, the son of Dormenes, Nicanor,
There he is.
Gorgias, and so he set up those 3 men. Okay, those are his captains, right? So think of Antiochus as the bishop, then you got Lysias as the deacon, and then now he's setting up his captains. Okay, so he's got his captains: Ptolemy, Nicanor, and Gorgias. Okay, I'm just giving you some. I'm just building up the timeline, so when we jump into certain things, you're like, "Who the heck was that?"
Yeah. That's
Right.
like the Emperor, Darth Vader, and his stormtroopers.
God. Then we got First Maccabees 3:45 through 48.
Maccabeus would be Luke Skywalker.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 45. Now Jerusalem lay void as a wilderness. There was none of her children that went in or out. The sanctuary also was trodden down and aliens kept the stronghold.
Mm.
The heathen had their habitation in that place, and joy was taken from Jacob, and the pipe with the harp ceased.
Was that it? Oh, Salah, go ahead. Finish it out.
Wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together and came to Mashpah over against Jerusalem. For in Mashpah was the place where they prayed aforetime in Israel.
Mm.
Then they fasted that day and
Mm.
put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their heads and rent their clothes. And laid open the book of the law wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images.
Con. So, Slakia. We were at 45.
Like
Okay.
young.
So, Jerusalem.
Oh, well, he was saying it like him, but young. Sorry, so
Okay. No, no worries.
we always used to see it out there look like Moses.
We got a couple Moseses in the building.
Right.
So they seen that our the Most High God's holy place is a wilderness.
Right.
There's no one there. There's no priesthood. There's no children of Israel there. It's inhabited,
Mhm.
right? Uninhabited. Salakia. Uninhabited. I mean, nobody's dwelling there. It says the sanctuary was trodden down. Aliens kept the stronghold. I thought we were the illegal aliens.
Right.
Isn't that what they call us? Immigrants?
Right.
What you talking about? Bible says you're an alien.
Right.
You're the aliens, but you call me an alien.
That's crazy that it says they had a stronghold. They have a stronghold now.
God.
They have a stronghold right now, boy. They got their religions in place to keep you. You know how hard it is to pull someone out of Christianity? That is a stronghold.
God.
Pull them out of Catholicism.
Stronghold.
Those are strongholds. And it don't even have to be a person to be there. They already put that spirit in the world. So you feel odd coming out of it.
Right.
Yeah, it's witchcraft. Witchcraft.
They think you're the crazy one for even trying to help them out of that.
Even if you read thus saith the Lord precept
Even if
upon
you're coming
precept.
straight out the same book that they say that they read. Okay. It says the heathen, right, had their habitation in that place. They were dwelling in our land, just
Right.
like they're dwelling in our land now,
Right.
right? So our people assembled ourselves together and came to a city nearby, and we fasted and put sackcloth on, put ashes upon our heads, rent our clothes, rent means ripped. We ripped our clothes, right? Put these images in your mind.
I wonder if Hulk Hogan is an Israelite.
Because
Because he's tired of it, man. He's
That's
been
how-
ripping this stuff
right.
right off, man, and
Right.
ready for war.
God. And so this paints a picture in our mind of the condition of our people, what they were going through,
Right.
because they know how holy and how important that place is for us not to be dwelling there, but for heathens.
Right.
It's like you came home one day and there was a whole nother family living in your house.
Man. And they let it grow out of control.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
looking ugly. They're using they're on your couch, watching your TV, using your bathroom. Look, oh man, like,
And they're
Like
mad
what-
at you for being there.
and they're mad, and they're mad at, they want to kill me because I'm trying to come home.
Hey, I
Wait,
want.
I paid around this place.
Can I
I
say
paid a
something?
mortgage.
Watch how crazy this is. That's what happens when we as a nation break commandments.
God,
Let that sit in.
the Lord allowed this, right?
Yeah,
The Lord allowed it.
in your face.
Who allowed you to do this?
Right.
The Most High God
Yep.
ordained this to happen
Man.
because hey, you didn't listen.
Man. That part.
You didn't listen to him, so he kicked you out. Because at the end of the day, he's the owner of this,
Yep.
not you.
Yep.
He just lets you use it.
He keeps his covenant. That's why they're so zealous to come back to the covenant and get their people to do so, because that would switch this. And that's the spirit that's in the world right now for us. Everyone that's out there on that block, it has faith that this is going to switch. Why? Because the word says it is. It says Esau's the end of the world, and Jacob is the one to come forever. So hey, I'll die for that. 100. If it be his will.
And in 48, after they did this, they laid open the book of the law. Right? They opened it up because they needed to figure out what do we need to do now? What's
That's
the
right.
next steps?
Right.
These are our instructions. What's our next steps from here? How do we build this congregation up? How do we build ourselves up? How do we build our family up? How do we build our congregation? How do we build our nation? How do we build the kingdom up? These are the instructions to do so. Okay? So this is what they were doing. This is what our forefathers were doing. They laid the book open and said, how do we go from here? What's the next move? That's why you need leadership.
They knew the fast. For
Someone,
sure.
a babe coming into this
Yeah.
wouldn't know the next steps to take.
Right.
A leader would know, though. A leader would be, this is what we're going to do, and I need help. Okay? And it says, the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. They tampered. I hear people all the time, they tampered with that book. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. It's true. They try to, but they're trying to use it against us.
Can I say something real quick on
Bring
that?
it out.
Next time somebody tells you they tampered with the book, says, yeah, we know that. The Bible tells us.
That's right.
Like, use what they say
Yeah.
against them.
God.
No, we know that. Let me show you.
First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 48.
Yep. And real quick, after you bring that out, back to what you're saying, after you bring that out, this is what had to be in the heart of these brothers after you bring that out.
This is the book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 20 and verse 15. And he said, hearken ye, all Judah, and ye inhabitants of Jerusalem, and thou, King Jehoshaphat, thus saith the Lord unto you, be not afraid nor dismayed by reasons of this great multitude.
Wow.
For the battle is not yours.
What?
The battle is not yours,
Bring it out, King.
but God's.
Perfect precept
These
for that.
brothers came out in what spirit? They came out with the spirit of Yahweh.
Right.
And that's why they was always on top, and they were victorious in their battles and did it with joy.
Con.
Because when you read the scripts from Genesis to Revelation, whenever Israel came out on their own without Yahweh, we got beat down.
You got beat
We
down.
got beat down. So that's even in our own individual lives, right?
Right.
We trying to fight something, an addiction or whatever, and we try to do it on our own or go to AA or these other things, it ain't gonna work.
Nah.
It's got to be Yahweh Shai in you.
Precept.
You know?
Hey, that was perfect timing. Bring it.
Book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace.
That part. Hold your peace.
Hold your peace.
These brothers weren't freaking out. They weren't freaking out. That's why it says don't be frantic in front of your servants and things like that, because that spirit will go down on the people. Instead, they petitioned the Lord in humility with sackcloth and ashes and all that. And they said, we know that it's you. So if you will receive this, you feel me? If we humble down and know that only you can do what we need you to do. So you said it perfect. They came in Yahweh. And that's what we have to do, in accord, in agreement. Because it's like Cap keeps bringing out, they're not alone. They had other brothers that were in the same spirit. And that's where two or more are gathered, right? I'm there. So he's hearing the prayer. Go ahead.
So we're gonna jump over to First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 58 and 59.
Starting at 58. And Judah said, arm yourselves and be valiant men, and see that ye be in readiness against the morning, that ye may fight with these nations that are assembled together against us to destroy us and our sanctuary.
Wow.
For it is better for us to die in battle than to behold the calamities of our people and our sanctuary. Nevertheless, as the will of Yahweh is in heaven, so let him do.
I wanted him to grab that 60. Might as well finish it out because it's the will of the Most High God that we're all doing here today.
Whatever side it falls on.
Yep.
If he said, if it's the will for us to get smashed today,
Yep. Right. So Judah said, arm yourselves. We're arming our people, right? He was arming them with physical weapons. We're arming our people with spiritual weapons.
Con.
That's what we need. the word of the Most High God is stronger than any weapon of war.
Yeah. No weapon formed can prosper.
Nope. So we need to arm ourselves with understanding, knowledge, and wisdom, and the fear of the Lord. And that's how the fear of the Lord is how you're going to get all of those things, right?
The stability in our times.
Gone. So we have to assemble together
Right.
against Slovakia. Fight with these nations that are assembled together against us to destroy us in our sanctuary. Okay, we have to fight against those that want to destroy us. That's they don't. I mean, sometimes they might straight up tell you, but you might not notice it. But they subliminally tell you that they want to kill you, and they have all these different avenues and ways of destroying you.
Right.
Planned Parenthood, who's that against?
Right.
That's against our people in the ghettos. Where do you think they're placed at? In the ghettos. Why do you think they have them there? So that we don't continue to multiply. Because if we multiply too much, there's too many that they have to deal with. Yes, they need slaves, but they don't need too many. Okay? And now, why do you think they got robots now? They're at the point where, okay, we don't even need slaves no more. We don't even want them no more. We want robots to do it.
Right.
We want robots to do the work. We don't need man no more. So now we could just kill them off. Okay, bring it out.
Read it strong.
Book of Judges, chapter 3, verse 1. Now these are the nations which the Lord left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known all the wars of Canaan.
So from back in the old days, we was fighting the Canaanites to now we're fighting. He had brought out that these nations, we're fighting against nations. Read. Watch this. It's supposed to be petition against. Who are we? You know, the Christians say I got a relationship with God. You do? Are you petitioning, getting everybody together? You know, the Jamaicans be like, chop down Babylon. They're on that spirit. Read it.
Now these are the nations which the Lord left.
Hold on. Who left these nations?
The Lord left.
That's the first thing we got to know right there. Because sometimes we see them, we're like, man, we can't fight these guys. The Lord left them there for you to fight them. Read it.
To prove Israel.
To what?
Prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known all the wars of Canaan.
There's a gang of us that don't know this history of this Bible. There's a gang of us that don't know nothing of this. But nevertheless, the Lord left these nations to go against us to prove us. For we come out this world and we get in this Bible, now we know what God's doing. And wisdom is the what? Stability in our time. So now that we know that, we're starting to armor up. Hey, not just not just spiritual. Brothers is physically armed up too.
That's right.
Physically. In every sense of the way. So now we're girded up. And I know y'all have seen that we did the whole Armor of God series, because you can't come into this truth unless you get armored up. If you think you're going to come here and chill, you're wrong.
What's the whole point of armor?
Thank you.
You don't just walk around with armor for no reason.
Especially when you're
That's uncomfortable.
especially if your daddy is leaving nations for you to fight.
God.
I mean, our daddy told us what he's doing.
Put on the whole armor of God, right? Why am I going? I wear my pajamas when I'm laying down.
Right.
I'm in my PJs.
Right.
Right. I'm not gonna wear my armor to bed.
Right.
Right.
This
I'm gonna
ain't
put
your
that
rest.
armor on when it's time to go to war. So we're putting on the whole armor of God because we at war.
That's right. This ain't your rest.
Straight up. No, this is not our rest. The Lord gives us a resting day.
Yeah.
But the other days we going to work. And even them, they were like, man, we ain't gonna just lay down and die like our brethren on the Sabbath. We putting up a fight.
What does Zaquan Eliakim say? They fought cheerfully.
That's right.
Listen, I was a coach for some years, right? And we had some kids that come and we get fired up to hit the court. So they was winning championships. They were fighters. And then they didn't realize, these guys didn't realize what I was going to do to them the next year. I said, you know what? You wiped out everybody in your age bracket. Now you got to fight these Goliaths. I moved them up an age bracket. And some of them were like, why are you doing that to us? And they was getting beat, whooped, bam. Middle of the year, they start winning. So the Lord just picks up the fire on us. You know, because remember what's coming at the end of this age, the worst time that's ever been.
Yep.
And you brought out that these are evil leaders, so their evil is gonna grow.
Yep.
But guess what happens? The Lord hates a false.
Balance.
So now that we're in this word, what's happening with the righteous? Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Increase.
So this battle's heightening.
Yep.
Right? It's heightening
To the climax.
to the climax. And then bam! Hamashiach Yahushua. Come bursting out of every by Shema Mashiach.
Just like a movie.
Come.
God. It feels like a movie, honestly.
Well, he's the director.
Yeah.
As the Quan, what's the scripture you always say? His stories are in the heavens.
But we know that the stories are in the heavens.
His story, his book,
I'm
his
roughly paraphrasing.
yeah, his movie, right?
God.
And the main character is Yahushua.
That's right.
Right. That's why we rehearse the righteous acts.
That's right. I just wanted to touch on 59 before we go to the next chapter. 59 says, for it is better for us to die in battle than to behold the calamities of our people in our sanctuary.
Can we all say that together? Read it together.
Ready? Everyone got 59. Ready?
Yeah.
From the top, okay?
For
For it is better for us to die in battle than to behold the calamities of our people and our sanctuary.
Period.
Right? So when we stand in the ghettos, when we stand in the hood, when we stand in the trap, it's better for me to die in that battle than to behold the calamities of our people that are going on there. To behold the our people pimping our women out, to them selling drugs to our people, to shooting our people, to all the wickedness and folly that they do.
And even from that spell, your own families. We don't have to be in the hood.
Right.
You go knock on mama or daddy's door and be like, listen, you're breaking commandments. That's a calamity.
Yep.
I can't continue to behold it. So guess what? You have to prove all things. That's your job. That's why every time you hear us on our classes, we're always trying to teach you and equip you to go out and bring a precept that cuts the legs off what they're standing on. So this fight it's in the hood. Don't get me wrong, because we be in the hood teaching all the time, but it's right here. Yep. The enemies of our God are in your own homes, in your own families. So keep that fight going until they run. Don't be relentless, because it's better for you to die in that than to be letting it happen and keep seeing it. Man, I've been giving you this truth for 3 years and you still keeping that Thanksgiving? Make them feel shame. Huh?
This is the book of Romans chapter 8 and verse 28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose.
God.
That wasn't it, but that's good. I'll go back to it.
This is the book of First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 1. Then took Georgius 5,000 footmen and 1,000 of the best horsemen, and removed out of the camp by night. Verse 14. So they joined battle, and the heathen, being discomfited, fled into the plain. Howbeit all the hindmost of them were slain with the sword.
That's right.
For they pursued them unto Gazara and unto the plains of Idumea and Azotus and Jamnia, so that they there were slain of them upon 3,000 men.
So one of the captains, right, Gorgias, he took some men, right, a couple thousands, and they came into battle with us. Of the best, is that what it says? Of the best horsemen, yep. 5,000 footmen, 1,000 of the best horsemen, and removed out of the camp. And then 14 and 15, they joined battle, and the heathen, being discomfited, fled to the, we don't like how many men we're losing. We're getting our butts whooped. We're getting whooped by these Israelites, by these Hebrews, right? We can't take them. They're too mighty. So they fled, right? Now we're gonna go to verse 25 through 28.
I want to salute you, Cap, real quick, because if we let these holy days go, well, see, this isn't even commanded like the 3 days we appear before the Lord. So some people kind of let it fall off the table. And I wasn't scheduling it, but the captain had it in his heart and he made this happen. And all of you that are here are getting a dose of the spirit that is required to resurface our nation. Con? So I just want to salute you because when I saw you put it in the calendar, I was like, you know what? There's a lot of people who don't really understand this thing, you know, and that's an element you're missing. It's a ingredient in the recipe required. You see?
You don't put no sugar in it, it's not gonna taste.
Yeah. Someone's gonna spit this truth out if they don't have this, because they don't realize what's required. Right, yeah.
Get a little pinch of salt.
Like it looked good when it's talking about we're the God's chosen people, but hold on, you need to find out what spirit has to be in God's chosen people. So now I salute you and everyone that made it here, by Hashem and our beloved sister, who, hey, if an older sister in her 70s can drive 3 hours to get the spirit of the feast of Simon, there's no excuses for anybody not to come with your congregation and bang Hamashiach. Hallelujah.
So this is First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 25 through 28.
And pardon my zeal, I'm zealous for this thing.
As you're supposed to be.
Yeah, call hello.
Now all the strangers that had escaped came and told Lysias what had happened. Starting at 25. Thus Israel had a great deliverance that day. Now all the strangers that had escaped came and told Lysias what had happened, who, when he heard thereof, was confounded and discouraged, because neither such things as he would were done unto Israel, nor such things as the king commanded him were come to pass. The next year, therefore, following, Lysias gathered together 70,000 choice men of foot and 5,000 horsemen, that he might subdue him.
So this captain, Lysias, he got his butt whooped, right? And there was a great deliverance that day for Israel. So when you beat evil, what does evil do? It goes back and gets even greater. The evils get even greater, right? It's like I like to go back to the hood because it's just the easiest way for me. It's the easiest way for me to just explain it to our people, and this is what our people need from the hood. Like this is just coming straight out the hood, right? If you beat somebody up in a fight, right, you lose a one-on-one.
To come back and jump you.
I'm getting my brothers. We're coming to beat you up, right? So he gets his 3, 4, 5 big brothers, comes back and jump you, right? This is what Lysias was doing. Man, we went toe to toe, we lost. I gotta come back even greater, try and get them back, right? So that's what evil's doing right now.
They get craftier too.
They get craftier, right? So okay, well, hey, what was it before? Now he has 3,000,000, which is 60,000 men of foot, choice men of foot.
Right.
The best 60,000 soldiers he's got.
That's a sea of people.
What? He was like, man, I thought this little one was going to work on him last time.
Nope.
Okay, we're coming back deep. No. Suburbans. Deep.
Oh, man.
That 8-seaters.
Yeah, right.
You got you coming on buses.
Hold on. We finna flood the block. We finna flood the block on these fools. Real talk. I've been on a block that was flooded.
We're gonna go to First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 34 through 41.
This is the book of First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 34. So they joined battle, and there were slain of the host of Lysias about 5,000 men. Even before them were they slain. Verse 35. Now when Lysias saw his army put to flight,
Mm.
and the manliness of Judas's soldiers, and how they were ready either to live or die valiantly, he went into Antiochia and gathered together a company of strangers, and having made his army greater than it was he purposed to come again into Judea. Then said Judas and his brethren, Behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up to cleanse and dedicate the sanctuary.
Mm.
Upon this all the hosts assembled themselves together and went up into Mount Sion. And when they saw the sanctuary just desolate, and the altar profaned,
Ah.
and the gates burned up,
Mm.
and the shrubs growing in the courts as in a forest or in one of the mountains, yea, and all the priest chambers pulled down, they rent their clothes and made great lamentation and cast ashes upon their heads, and fell down flat to the ground upon their faces, and blew an alarm with the trumpets and cried toward heaven.
Mm.
Then Judas appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress until he had cleansed the sanctuary.
Mm. Like cockroaches.
Call halal. Yeah, they start to scatter, right? Start running every direction. Watch this. We joined battle, and we were slaying Lysias' men, his choice men. Now, Lysias is sitting back and looking and seeing the manliness of Judas's soldiers, right? And how they were ready to either live or die valiantly. That's putting on Hamashiach.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to live or die for this truth? For the law, statutes, and commandments, for the Most High God? If I live, so be it. If I die, let thy will be done. Right? That was-
Nevertheless,
Nevertheless, let
There-
thy
that-
will be done.
everything's less. That's priority. Like this. Nevertheless means never will I ever put anything above.
That's right.
That's the first commandment.
Yep.
Put nothing above the Lord thy God. So nevertheless,
Right.
everything other than me living and dying for this truth is less.
Right. Christ was like, if this doesn't have to happen, you
Right,
know,
right.
I would like it not to happen,
Right.
but nevertheless,
Yep.
let thy will be done.
Yep.
Because it doesn't matter what I want.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. What matters is that your will is done.
Done.
Okay? That's primary.
God.
Now, after they were getting whooped, they went into Antioch. Where are we at today?
Haha.
What? We're in Antioch today.
Call halal.
Look at that. Stand in awe.
I always think that.
Stand in awe and
Yeah.
sit not.
Right.
What?
God.
We're in Antioch?
God.
No way. Quit
Yeah.
playing.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. So whenever I see these, and
Yeah.
I see the same cities, and I'm here today, even though it might not be the same Antioch, hey,
Same spiritual battles.
still dealing with these battles
Mhm.
today.
It's in the spirit.
Shoot,
It's in the spirit.
we got threatened with our lives here in Antioch.
See
We got threatened with our lives here in Antioch.
that AK-47 coming at you.
Yeah. He's like, you want to die? You want to die? We're looking at him like, you want to die? He didn't even know everyone had heaters on him. He didn't know what the hell was he didn't know he was talking to the men of God.
Right.
And we just let him blow smoke, blow fire. And it's crazy because to this day, we still see him.
Yep.
We were in Frisco bringing it out 2 times and we saw that big ass pink, excuse my Hebrew, we saw that big pink truck,
Yep.
you know, and I'm like, this man is still alive.
This
I
man-
guess God is still using him for evil in the world, you know?
Well, evil has to increase. so
Yeah, right.
Someone's got to do it.
Oh my God.
God. So Judas and his brethren beheld the sanctuary, right? They discomfited the enemies, and they went and they cleansed and dedicated the sanctuary, right? They saw the sanctuary desolate and profane, right? The altar profane, meaning it was made unholy. That's what profaned is, to make something unholy.
Right.
Our altar was supposed to be holy. They were sacrificing swine's flesh on our altar. They knew what they were doing. They knew that was against our commandments.
Right.
Evil does the opposite of what the Most High God does.
God.
Okay?
And real quick, Feast of dedication is beautiful because just like they're dedicating the temple, what are we?
We're the temple.
So we got to dedicate ourselves to
Doing
thus
this
saith the
work.
Lord.
Huh. Now look at this. Just like we were talking about earlier, coming home, and somebody else is in your house, and it's a
Yeah.
disaster.
Yep.
And they're like, well, I'm gonna kill you if you try to come home. What? It's my home. No. Well, okay. Watch. They saw the sanctuary desolate, altar profane, gates burned up,
Mhm.
shrubs growing in the court as in a forest or in one of the mountains, and the priest's chambers pulled down.
Mm.
You come home and your house is tore up, right? That's a terrible stuff. You were like, man, this thing was so beautiful.
Yep.
I had just got done decorating it and everything. Everything was how I wanted it. And I come home and everything is torn up.
Menorah in the gutter,
Right.
fringes on the floor.
Just wow. Just imagine that. Picture that in your mind. So they rent their clothes and they made great lamentation, right? They were weeping. They were crying. They were upset. They were rent their clothes, ashes upon their heads, fell down to the ground, blew an alarm with the trumpets, cried towards the Most High God, right? Trying to get the attention of the Most High God. Look at what the heathens did to your place, your home. This is where you dwelt.
Who first profaned it?
We did.
Thank you.
We did it first,
Mhm. So now we have to feel it.
right? And so he appointed certain men to fight against those that were still there in the fortresses until he cleansed the sanctuary. And he chose blameless priests
Mm.
and that had pleasure in the law.
Mm. That
they-
part.
And they cleansed the sanctuary. They had to have pleasure in the law because they had to know exactly how to cleanse the sanctuary. Thus saith the law.
That's such a
Thus
beautiful.
saith the scripture.
You know how beautiful that scripture is? Because when we bring their law out, people will act like we're telling them to go to the dentist and get their molars pulled. They don't have pleasure in the law yet. And the law, what? Converts the soul? How
Right.
you gonna get into heaven unless your soul's converted?
So we're gonna jump down to 59 and 60. First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 59 and 60.
Starting at verse 59. Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month Caslu, with myrrh and gladness.
Mm.
At that time, also they builded up the Mount Sion with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before.
Mm.
So I couldn't skip that, right?
Yeah.
Now we're this is not the Feast of Dedication, but I just wanted to put that in there.
Can you get 61 too,
The
please?
timeline. Let's
Well,
grab
Bob-
61.
Yeah, Babaka said.
This is verse 61. And they set
Hold
their
it. Don't go no further. There's a they.
and they
They. So it's a group of brothers. Achion. They. What they do, King?
and they set their garrison to keep it.
Give me definition of garrison, son. So that's what we're doing. We're protecting everybody in this thing.
Right.
So who's this garrison? So we had a council, right? Luquanoa, right? He brought in his nephew, right? We're setting a garrison over you and them. Setting a garrison over your brother.
Con.
Called the elder last night. He didn't want nothing to do with anything at that time. But it's still a garrison set around him.
Con.
I sent a text to you and you. That's the garrison.
Con.
Brothers ain't letting you go.
Right.
When you don't answer the text or nothing, okay, I call the cap. Yeah, they ain't answering texts. I'll call them.
Right.
That's the garrison.
Con.
Read it.
A garrison, the troops stationed in a fortress or town to defend it.
And Jerusalem isn't just a place, it's a people.
Right.
Everybody understand that 100%?
Con.
The people is Jerusalem, and there's a garrison of people that love those people.
Right.
Go ahead, King.
start from the top. It says, and they set their
Feel that
garrison
love?
to keep it, and fortified Bethsura to preserve it.
To what?
To preserve it,
To preserve us, brothers, in this truth.
that the people might have defense against Idumea.
The people. It's all about the people of Israel. What good is the land of Jerusalem with no people in it?
From what I heard, Idumea was the Edomites too. So
Mhm.
from what I hear,
Mhm.
so we were building up our sanctuary, right? Dedication of our altar, feast of dedication. Build up the Mount Sinai with high walls, strong towers. You have to have those strong towers. That's where they put the garrisons in to watch over the people, the watchmen, right?
And who is our strong tower? Yahweh, our strong tower, right?
Yahweh Bahashim
That's
Yahweh.
right. So those people in those garrisons put on Christ. That's why they're able to hold those positions.
And you know, it's a beautiful thing to see us getting more structure, and this will help us that much more to understand structure.
The Lord's timing.
It's impeccable.
He doing too much.
He's
He's showing off.
He's showing off.
Most
huh?
High show up and show out.
Yeah.
You know he does.
Yep. Bahashim
Most
Mashiach.
High.
Let's go to First Maccabees chapter 5, verse 1 and 2. Again, that was Feast of Dedication, but today we are holding Feast of Simon. We're just getting a timeline. I'm giving you a timeline so you can understand the event. Now, there's many things throughout here that we've passed over, right? But I'm just giving you a very simple timeline so we can understand the chain of events that happened to the Feast of Simon, or even the destruction of Nicanor.
First Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 1. Now when the nations round about heard that the altar was built and the sanctuary renewed as before, it displeased them very much. Wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that was among them, and thereupon they began to slay and destroy the people.
Con. We started doing good. We built something up, right? Just like if we built this congregation up, right?
Yep.
Look what happens when you build it up. The nations round about heard the altar was built and the sanctuary renewed as before. It displeased them very much. Why are you hating?
Even in our nation, we're gonna get hated on for rising.
Right. Well, remember, we made a covenant with the heathen.
Yep.
So they were hating right along with them.
Yep.
They're right there with the heathen.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't like them either.
Yep.
I don't know why they don't submit to Antiochus. Why don't they just become Greeks? What do they mean they're Israel?
Why you want to teach the Bible? Come to our college and be an Alpha Guy, Gamma Pi, Boopy Boopy. Boop.
Kappa Sigma.
Yeah. Ew.
Yeah, boopy boopy.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Yeah, come brand your arm.
Man.
Come get branded like a cattle, right?
You want to stand out with all them fringes and bring attention on all of us now.
Yeah, you guys are what do they call them? Terrorists?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Terrorists, extremists.
Wait, there's a word for when you're inside of a.
What are you talking about? I'm standing. I'm just ready for war.
Right.
Because you come for me and mine's. Watch.
There's like two words they have for when you're in a country and you're against the country. I can't remember, but I just heard it the other day.
No, not an infidel. Is it an infidel?
No, not an insurgent. You know, civil. That movie. What's that movie?
Infiltrator. No.
No, you're close.
Incel.
No, all that plays a part. It has something to do.
Traitor.
They literally call us this. Yeah, traitor.
All out there.
All that's in there.
I'm gonna throw them all.
But you guys know that movie that's out, what's it called? Civil War. Who's seen it? I think so. I'm not sure, but I heard it's like an outstanding movie because it's showing that the own fought against themselves and they're looking at everybody as an insurgent or insurrection or I can't remember the word, but it's like that's what you are. You're up in here against us. Yeah. If I get it, I'll remember it. But that's what it is. Like they're turning on each other. They're turning on each other because they know that you're not for Antiochus. Yeah,
Right.
You stand out. Are you really for him? Like they pull up on him. I saw you guys might have saw the commercial. They pull up. The military pulls up, and there's some just civilians, right? And they're like, "Okay, cool. The military's here. We're in good shape." And the military turns and says, "You're Americans, but what kind of American?" Yeah, what kind?
They call that the treason.
Treason. There's one of them.
Treason, yeah.
There's so many of them, but that's the mentality in this right here. Like, yeah, you're amongst all of us, but you're on a whole different vibe, and that's us.
Con.
Variants.
What is it?
Variants.
Yeah, at variance.
Peculiar.
Yeah, standing out.
That's
A
very
light on a
peculiar
hill.
people.
Yeah,
So we're doing good. We're building things up, and they're displeased very much. Wherefore, they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that was among them, and they began to slay and destroy the people. Why? We can't have nothing. I hear about Black Wall Street, how they
Mhm.
blew it up,
Mhm.
even though it wasn't in the truth, right? It wasn't by Hashem Mashiach, right?
It was still sustaining our people
It
financially.
was still
Yeah.
doing something
Yeah,
for our community, right?
right.
Still doing something for our people,
Look at the casinos.
Not
right? But it was something, and they hated it.
What about even the casinos on their reservation? Like, they weren't thinking about doing casinos. That was brought to them to destroy those reservations.
Right.
Like, all the money now is in the reservations and flipping money and doing all this. It wasn't about keeping your own traditions or, having a reservation that was keeping powwows. No, you're gonna erect a hotel with prostitutes in it and gambling. That's all you're gonna do on your reservation now.
Con. So we're gonna go to First Maccabees chapter 5, verse 17 through 21, and pay attention to this. Pay attention to this, okay? It's very important, and self-reflect on this.
Bring it out.
Okay, it's gonna tie in, so it's two different ones. Okay, so we're gonna get the first one, and then we're gonna go to so right now, First Maccabees 5, 17 through 21. Then we're gonna jump down to First Maccabees 5 and 55 through 62. Okay, but these are gonna go together.
So this is First Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 17 through 21. Then said Judas unto Simon his brother, Choose thee out men, and go and deliver thy brethren that are in Galilee. For I and Jonathan, my brother, will go into the country of Galaad. So he left Joseph, the son of Zacharias, and Azarias, captains of the people, with the remnant of the host of Judea, to keep it, unto whom he gave commandments, saying, Take ye the charge of this people, and see that you make not war against the heathen until the time that we come again. Now unto Simon were given 3,000 men to go into Galilee, and unto Judas 8,000 men for the country of Galaad. Then went Simon into Galilee, where he fought many battles with the heathen, so that the heathen were discomforted by him.
Okay, Con. So we can see here, right? We got Bishop Judas and Deacon Simon. Okay, I'm just gonna call it like that, so we can understand the hierarchy, right? The chain of command. Bishop Judas and Deacon Simon, right? They choose out men, and they're gonna go to battle in Galilee, and Jonathan will go into Galaad, right? And he left Joseph and Azarias, captains of the people, with the remnant of the host in Judea to keep it, right? So hey, we got our mighty leadership going into battle. We need some captains to stay behind and make sure that everything's okay, right? Because when you go out to battle, guess what you're leaving behind? Your wives, your children, your cattle, all those things, your homes, right? So somebody still has to be at home to take care of home.
Right, because if you don't, in the scriptures, when David and his men went to war, they came back and their women and families had already got stolen.
See,
And remember, the people were so mad. His
They wanted to kill
army that
David.
was with them, they wanted to stone David because nobody protected them from their armies that came when they left.
God, because the enemy might know
Yeah.
they're coming, so we're gonna sneak around the back door and take and hit them at home,
Right.
right? Just like if you were to leave to somebody's watching and they know you leave to work every morning,
Mhm.
right as soon as you leave to work, they're boom in the house,
That's right.
taking everything you got, right? So they were given these captains, right? They were given charge of this people, and they were commanded to not make war against the heathen until the time that we come again. Okay, keep that in mind before we go to the next verses. Okay, these captains were given charge. They were given a command. Don't do this. Okay, just like we're given commandments,
Right.
right? And we have a choice whether to listen or not, right?
And a consequence come with it too.
Consequences come with it, right? A blessing or a curse,
Mhm.
depending on what you do. Let's go to First Maccabees chapter 5, verse 55 through 62.
Book of Maccabees, chapter 5, verse 55. Now, what time as Judas and Jonathan were in the land of Gilad, and Simon his brother in Galilee before Ptolemais, Joseph the son of Zacharias and Azarias, captains of the garrison, heard of the valiant acts and warlike deeds which they had done.
Mm.
Wherefore they said, let us also get us a name and go fight against the heathen that are round about us. So when they had given charge unto the garrison that was with them, they went toward Jamnia. Then came Georgius and his men out of the city to fight against them. And so it was that Joseph and Azarias were put to flight
Damn.
and pursued unto the borders of Judea, and there were slain that day of the people of Israel about 2,000 men. Thus was there a great overthrow among the children of Israel, because they were not obedient unto Judas and his brethren, but thought to do some valiant act. Moreover, these men came not of the seed.
Wait, how does that end?
See,
So, okay,
finish-
I didn't
62
finish it.
from the top.
Verse 62. Moreover, these men came not of the seed of those by whose hand deliverance was given unto Israel.
Right. So they were given a direct command. Don't go nowhere.
Mhm.
Stay at home. Protect home. Then they see all the valiant acts that their brethren are doing, Judas and Simon, right? I want to be just like Judas and Simon. I'm gonna disobey the command that they gave me, right? And I'm gonna go make a name for myself. I'm gonna be somebody, right? That's not how you grow in this truth. Okay, you grow in this truth by being obedient unto death.
Yep.
I'm not going nowhere.
Right. That's why there's order and structure.
Right. I was commanded not to go nowhere. I'm gonna stand right here forever until they come back.
Right.
Or I hear a word otherwise. Maybe they died in battle.
Yep.
Then the command is off, right?
Right.
They died in battle. We have to go back to the drawing board and figure out from here, right? But until then, I'm not going nowhere. But they thought to make a name for themselves, right? We might get overzealous
Yep.
and step the command,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Make our own commands,
Right.
make our own doctrines.
Right.
Examine yourself. Make sure you're not this brother. Okay.
Right.
The Lord says He gives straight commandments. Okay.
You got it?
Follow Him. Don't go to the left hand, to the right hand. No. Stay on the straight and narrow. Do as you're told. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't make excuses. It was an excuse. They're at war. We should go fight too.
We got a precept.
That's not the command that was given to you. That's not your office. Okay, your office was to stay at home. You're captain, you should be able to follow orders.
Watch this, King. So each individual man, right? Each individual man has that fight within him, right? Like, I could do this. I could do that. I could do this. Now the Lord gives everybody in measure. Con? So when the command comes out and you trump the command, or you see yourself as something, that internal battle has a very high price. A lot of people got dealt with because of that. Now, that didn't just happen in the Apocrypha. That happened in the New Testament. Read. Now, these guys weren't given a command not to do this, but they felt it in themselves to do it, and it was an ordained work of the Most High God. Read.
Book of Acts, chapter 19, verse 16. And the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them and overcame them and prevailed against them.
And what?
Prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded.
Anytime a man wants to make a move and he doesn't consult counsel, the scripture says straight up and down. And see, here's a beautiful thing. Even today, the captain asked me for some counsel regarding a shofar. And I said, okay, as long as we keep our hands clean. Their hands aren't clean. Their hands were to hold it down. Their hands were to do their job. Then their hands were clean. So if they would have got attacked, that's a different story. You know what I'm saying? But they went out. Same thing with these. These guys went out to go cast spirits out, and they didn't seek counsel on how to do it. So anybody in the nation doing something without seeking counsel, that's why we can't have individual lights loose out there, because then they make the nation look bad. We all have to come in here and get our instructions from Yahweh Shai through the scriptures. And brothers are trying to sidestep that and delusions of grandeur, and the nation's paying for it.
Right. So these brothers lost this battle to Gorgias. We weren't losing battles.
Right, nah.
They lost the battle. You lose the battle
Yeah.
when you're disobedient.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You lose the battle when you don't listen to the Most High God.
That's right.
You win the battle when you listen to the Most High God.
Con.
Your actions affect those around you. It wasn't their lives that were jeopardized. Look at our people getting slain.
Yeah.
And there were slain that day of the people of Israel about 2,000 men. 2 men, 2 captains
Yep.
made a decision.
Yep.
2,000 other men lost their lives.
You know what that reminds me of? Remember in the nation when 2 captains from 2 different camps fought on TV and it affected the whole nation? Now everybody is like, you see, they can't even get along. I don't want nothing to do with that Hebrew garbage. Do you guys remember that?
God. Oh, no, I don't remember, but I mean.
Well, I'm just going to, it happened. It was, and we're not discrediting these mighty camps, okay? But just like names are being called here.
Oh, when they were like actually.
When
like,
IUIC and ISUPK was fighting.
Yeah, on the street.
On the street.
Literally.
That was a stain for thousands of people trying to come into this truth.
Yeah.
It was a disgusting thing.
God.
That's like us out here boxing with Wi-Fi in the Bay Area.
Right.
That's like us boxing with a congregation out there in SAC, and it affects thousands of people. These guys can't do this thing. These aren't men of God.
Then it only leaves room for everybody, especially the heathen nations, to look and laugh at us.
Right. Right.
Finger like that. You know what I mean?
God. Or they're not about where's the brother they love. They're gonna hit you so many different angles because of that, because of your actions.
Matter of fact, we have the gift coming up, right? And there are leaders of congregations that are making decisions and won't come to the gift because one congregation is going to be there.
Right.
Leadership is causing problems for the nation. That was leadership. I'm glad that he brought out both their names. Those were the 2 captains in charge.
Right.
And everyone's trying to stay in order, but leadership is making what? Incorrectly. That's why the fear of Yahweh is on us to do this. We don't want to be leadership alone. We want all the brothers to come in. That's why I'm on Eliakim's helmet, to be in all of this. And Zebulon is like, man, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there to say something. You know what I'm saying? So, because let's just say we're not, whoever heard this term, no rock not overturned. Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard it.
Like every rock overturned. We want to,
Nice.
we're looking for
No
something.
stone unturned.
No stone unturned. Thank you.
It's in there.
So the point of that is this: when you're in leadership, before you make a decision, If you're in a council and before you tell somebody what the outcome of that council is, all stones should be overturned. They didn't say, well, what if we do this and we lose? What's at stake here?
Right.
Well, before we make this move, let's send word out and tell them, hey, we're riding in the spirit you're in. We want to ride too. You know what I mean?
They said
We're-
no.
Yeah. And then it comes back, no. We're going to do it anyways. Or no. I will get our time, King. Because they were zealous. All through the scripture is saying they're zealous. They're ready to die for it.
Right.
So that's a beautiful thing. How did it go bad?
They didn't.
They had a Peter
They
moment.
didn't listen diligently, hearken
listen.
diligently.
They didn't respect leadership.
Right.
So Peter
And
did.
as leadership,
Yeah.
you play a very important role. You're leading.
Yep.
Right. That's leadership. You're leading people.
Yep.
You're making decisions on their behalf.
You should have the fear of the Lord in
And you have
leadership
to
in
have the
everything
fear.
you do.
Yeah. We have to have the fear of the Lord.
Big time.
Have to have it.
That I'm talking about you're up crying to the Lord, please. Please. Because what did Solomon say? Give me wisdom for such a people.
Yeah.
They're zealous and ready to die for this law.
Right.
If I lead them incorrectly, oh my God, Lord God.
God. So we're gonna go to First Maccabees chapter 6, verse 1 through 17.
Chapter 6, like, and starting at 1. About that time, King Antiochus, traveling through the high countries, heard say that Elamias in the country of Persia was a city greatly renowned for its riches, silver, and gold,
Mm.
and that there was in it a very rich temple, wherein we were coverings of gold and breastplates and shields, which Alexander, son of Philip, and Macedonian king, who reigned first among the Grecians, had left there. Wherefore he came and sought to take the city and to spoil it, but he was not able, because they of the city, having had warning thereof,
Mm.
rose up against him in battle. So he fled and departed thence when great heaviness, and returned to Babylon. Moreover, there came one who brought in tidings into Persia, that the armies which went against the land of Judea were put to fight, and that Lysias, who went forth first with a great power, was driven away of the Jews, and that they were made strong by the armor and power and store of spoils which they had gotten of the armies whom they had destroyed. Also, they that pulled down the abomination which he had set up upon the altar in Jerusalem, and that they had compassed about the sanctuary with high walls as before, and his city Bethsura. Now that the king heard these words, he was astonished and sore moved, whereupon he laid him down upon his bed and fell sick for grief, because it had not befallen him as he looked for.
Mm.
And there he continued many days, for his grief was ever more and ever more
Mm.
and more. It's like it. And he made account that he should die. Wherefore he called all his friends and said unto them, the sleep is gone from my eye, and my heart faileth for very care.
Mm.
And I thought with myself, into the tribulation I am come, and how great a flood of misery it is wherein now I am.
Salakia, real quick. What did we bring out on Thawra Thursday? Wisdom of Solomon 17. He lost his sleep and he's full of weary. Those that try to oppress the holy nation, that's what's going to happen to you. Just real quick for the audience. You got it?
Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, verse 2. But when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation,
Say it again.
but when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation,
Is that not what we're reading?
they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness, and fettered with the bonds of a long night,
Sleep has left my eyes. I can't even sleep now. is tormenting these people. They were riding high, doing what they were doing, and now they got to pay the price. That's fine. Go ahead, King.
Verse 11. And I thought with myself, into what tribulation am I come, and how great a flood of misery it is wherein now I am. For I was bountiful and beloved in my power. But now I remember the evils that I did at Jerusalem, and that I took all the vessels of gold and silver, that were therein, and sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judea without a cause.
Who sought to oppress the holy nation?
I perceive therefore that because these troubles are come upon Then called he for Philip, one of his friends, whom he made ruler over all his realm. And he gave him the crown and his robe and his signet, to the end he should bring up his son Antiochus and nourish him up for the kingdom. So King Antiochus died there in the 149th year. Now when Lysias knew that the king was dead, he set up Antiochus, his son, whom he had brought up, being young, to reign in his stead. And his name he called Eupator.
Con. So Antiochus, the king, right? He seen that he couldn't defeat us. He tried to battle with us, and he couldn't win. And when he seen that he couldn't win, it bothered him so much that he died. It literally bothered him so much that he couldn't win. He died. He laid upon his bed. He thought about it. It vexed him. And he was like, I'm going to die over this. I can't win.
In misery.
He died in his misery. That's how you have to understand.
Hallelujah.
That's how much these other nations hate us.
Con. Like,
And it's without a cause.
they're
That's what the scripture says.
filled with, like, remember Esau? Ooh, after my dad passes, I'm gonna kill Jacob.
It's like
gonna
it's
kill
like
Jacob.
even our own people though. Look at the story of Joseph.
Yeah.
They hated Joseph without a cause, just
Yeah.
because he was righteous.
Yep.
He was
Because
loved.
he was shining. Remember, all this came when we rose up. We started shining, and the hater just is too much. There's a hater gene in people that
That's
once
right.
that thing activates, it's all bad for you.
So he couldn't take it no more, and he was like, "Man, I'm troubled. I'm gonna perish I perished through great grief." He couldn't take it, so he died. But before he died, he called for Philip, one of his friends, made him ruler, gave him the crown, his robe, and his signet. Signet is that's to make decrees. Okay, that signet.
There's authority in it.
It was like a ring, and they'd press it in wax, and then that would have the royal approval to make decrees. Okay, so he gave him rulership. Philip had rulership, but who really got put in rulership though at this time? It was
Son.
Lysias was slick. Lysias was like, I can't rule over Philip, but I've been raising up his son this whole time. I'm gonna put his son, because Lysias was really wanted to be in charge, right? So he put his son in instead of Philip as the ruler. Okay, so keep that in mind. We're gonna go to First Maccabees chapter 6, verse 42 through 46.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 6 and verse 42. Then Judas and his host drew near and entered into battle, and there were slain of the king's army 600 men. Verse 43. Eleazar also, surnamed Savarin, perceiving that one of the beasts armed with royal harness was higher than all the rest, and supposing that the king was upon him, put himself in jeopardy to the end he might deliver his people and get him a perpetual name. Wherefore he ran upon his Wherefore he ran upon him courageously through the midst of the battle, slaying on the right hand and on the left, so that they were divided from him on both sides. Which done, he crept under the elephant and slew him, whereupon the elephant fell down upon him, and therefore he died.
This is one of the brothers, okay? Eleazar, right? He seen that there was a royal harness on one of the elephants. Now, mind you, the king went into battle again with us, okay? He was like, you know what? If I take out the head, maybe they'll all leave us alone. If I can take out the head of this evil, maybe they'll leave us alone. And so he put himself in jeopardy. When we go into the hood, we put ourselves in jeopardy, right? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? Because to the end, we might deliver our people.
Can I say something to you?
Go ahead, Zaquan.
So when we had that experience out here, right? Sometimes the scripture says if they don't receive you, shake the dust off your feet and don't come back. So with me being in charge, I'm bringing all these brothers out there, right? Even brothers coming new to the truth, but they're zealous. Quan Wall was very, very new. And he was out there holding signs, down with it and everything, right? So I had to pray to the Lord and say to myself, okay, Lord God, you're going to have to command me to go back out to that same hood spot again. And he said, yeah, go out there. So we came back. After the threats, we came back again. I think we came back 2 more times. And after the Lord said, leave that spot alone. I'm going to torch it.
God.
Leave it alone. So that's the same thing with the commands. As he left those 2 captains in command over there, same thing with us as commanders. We got to go to the Lord before we hit that hood. Because I spit fire out in I took a Malaki and we flew out there to Los Angeles and spit fire on one of the hoods out there. We're not from out there. So I had to get approval from the Lord, and then I called Ratazan, and he's like, yeah, come out. You'll be safe with us. I'm not moving through LA without the brothers having my back out there, right? If I'm going to any hood or anything, I make sure I understand where I'm taking my family. So with this particular story right here, he went out to do this work. If the Lord sends you, then so be it. But if you just try to make your name for yourself or say, look, we're not scared of nothing, we're so into God, that's folly. That's folly. And I wouldn't put anybody's family, Banyam, or nothing in that jeopardy. So that's what we need to understand, and the nation needs to understand that. Because sometimes brothers go out there and they get their handed to them. You want to go out there and argue with somebody who don't have no sense? That's why we brought out that scripture, those 2 men who try to cast out demons. Because that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a demon. So I wanted to bring that out because you have no business going somewhere God didn't tell you to go just because you think you're something. You're nothing. Go ahead.
All praises. We're going to go to 1 Maccabees, chapter 6, verse 57 through 63.
Bring it out.
So, again, one more thing. So Eleazar, he died valiantly for his people that he might deliver them. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He slew that elephant. He had a game plan. That elephant came down, crushed him, and killed him.
Mm-hmm.
But he died by Hashem HaMashiach.
That's right. Bring that part out. That part.
This is 1 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 57 through 63. It says, wherefore he went in all haste and said to the king and the captains of hosts and the company, we decay daily, and our victuals are but small, and the place we lay siege unto is strong, and the affairs of the kingdom lie upon us. Now therefore let us be friends with these men and make peace with them and with all their nation, and the covenant with them that they shall live after their laws as they did before, for they are thereof displeased and have done all things because we abolished their laws.
Wow.
So the king and the princes were content. Wherefore he sent unto them to make peace, and they accepted thereof. Also the king and the princes made an oath unto them, whereupon they went out of the stronghold. Then the king entered into Mount Zion, but when he saw the strength of the place, he breaks his oath that he had made, and gave commandment to pull down the wall round about.
Wow. Never trust him.
Afterward departed he in all haste, and returned unto Antiochia, where he found Philip to be master of the city. So he fought against him and took the city by force.
Enemy rusted.
So, look at this. They couldn't beat us. We're decaying. This battle is getting costly. We're losing the battle. We're wasting money. We're wasting resources. What's the point of this?
Yeah.
Why are we still fighting this fight?
Do I really hate him that much?
I can't even have fun no more. All I'm doing is just hating on them. Like, okay,
Yeah.
well, I understand I got hate for him, but man, we just can't beat him.
Yeah.
We're just gonna have to be friends with him. We're just gonna have to let him we're just gonna have to leave him alone.
Remember Egypt?
Let them serve their God.
Remember in Egypt? Oh, these people are waxing so strong. You know, these people are growing so big. You know, they're going to take over us. If they're not jealous, if they're not envious, if they're not hating, these nations were left to do this to us. All in Egypt, they felt the same way as we prospered. Every time we prosper, remember, these rats came out when they saw us prospering.
So they made a covenant with us, right? To make peace with us, to let us live after our laws.
Right. That
Okay.
part.
We're not gonna go to war with each other no more.
We just want to keep our laws, please.
We're gonna leave you alone. Well, they're saying this is them saying,
Yeah.
hey, we're gonna leave you guys alone.
Right.
Go ahead, keep your laws. We're gonna be at peace with you. Let's not fight no more.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Watch this. Watch this. So, but when the king, right? The king entered into Mount Zion, and when he saw the strength of the place, this place looks better than mine. How? I've conquered so many people and took so much spoils, and yet their place looks better than mine. It's like a billionaire, right? He has $1 billion.
Yep.
He has the biggest mansions, owns an island, mansions, everything. He comes to a poor man. He goes into the poor man's house. He's like, "You're poor. How does your house look this nice?
Yep. Yep.
You make like $50,000 a year. How is it this nice? I have billions of dollars. When I come in here, I feel better here than I do at my own $1 million mansion."
Yeah, why does your place have that feng shui?
Why you got salt? Why you got the salt?
How does your plants bloom so well?
I can't
What's
even
that smell?
I gotta pay thousands of dollars a day to my landscaper to just
Right.
take care of my plants.
Right.
Right? I can't do it. I can't do it myself. So he's seen it. He's like, you know what? I just remembered. I hate you. I just remembered I hate you.
Oh my God.
The funk is back on. I know I signed everything and said I wasn't, but I lied.
Treaty breakers.
I
all the time.
lied to you. It's funk again.
Man, I'm not gonna precept everything, but that's treaty breakers
God,
in Proverbs.
broke it
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah. And what they do to the Gada.
I was just gonna say, just like
Yep. So you see it.
over and over again.
You see
Yeah.
it.
You guys don't have no money. We gave you poor land, but yet somehow you flipped it out here. You guys are having powwows and living it up, and you don't got to work a 9 to 5.
There was like a saying that I heard talked about like befriending a snake,
Yeah.
and then the snake's like, I'm not gonna bite you. Don't worry, we're friends. And the snake ends up biting him, and he's like, why you bite me?
Because I'm a snake.
The snake is my nature.
Right.
That's what I do.
What you think these fangs are for?
What you think was gonna happen? My bad. I told you I wasn't, but
You didn't see my cobra flare up? You didn't see my cobra on?
I was telling you I was
Yeah.
gonna do it.
You didn't hear
I
my
was showing
rattle?
the signs.
You didn't hear my rattle on my tail?
I know I'm not saying it right, but
I know
it's
what you're
along that line.
I've heard it in a movie before.
Yeah, that's where I could have got it from. I can't remember, but it's just the nature of them
Yep.
to do such things.
Yep.
Well,
God,
don't be
God.
surprised when it happens. You had to expect it,
Yep.
right?
You can't
You
pick
put
up.
your
You can't pick up an electric eel and not expect to get shot.
or, or you put your head in the lion's mouth.
Right.
What do you think he's gonna do? He's gonna bite down.
Remind me of them Ringland brothers, where the brother got ate by his own tiger.
Yeah,
I don't know if he
tiger.
got ate, but he got attacked.
Yeah.
I don't know if he lived or died, but
Right.
when I heard that, I heard somebody say along those lines, "What'd you expect?
What you think was gonna happen?
You didn't
man?
see the fangs on that dude?"
We're Okan, we got a precept.
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 12 and verse 13. Who will pity a charmer that is
Right.
bitten with a serpent, or
Perfect.
any such as come nigh wild beasts?
Right.
So one that goeth to a sinner and is defiled with him and his sins, who will pity?
Is that Sirach? Why is Sirach so hard?
Fire.
Every time you open Sirach, somebody getting dealt with, bro.
Fire. So we're gonna go to First Maccabees chapter 7, verse 1 through 10.
Can I nickname Sirach? Autocut.
I don't cut.
If you open up Sirach, you better be ready to automatically get cut.
That's that's like my favorite.
Yeah. Should be called Ecclesiastic cut us.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 1. In the 151st year, Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, departed from Rome and came up with a few men unto a city of the sea coast and reigned there. And as he entered into the palace of his ancestors, so it was that his forces had taken Antiochus and Lysias to bring them unto him. Wherefore, when he knew it, he said, Let me not see their faces. So this host slew them. Now when Demetrius was set upon the throne of his kingdom, then came unto him all the wicked and ungodly men of Israel, having Alcimus, who was desirous to be high priest, for their captain. And they accused the people to the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have slain all thy friends, and driven us out of our own land. Now therefore send some man whom thou trustest, and let him go and see what havoc he hath made among us, and in the king's land, and let him punish them with all them that aid them. Then the king chose Bacchides, a friend of the king, who ruled beyond the flood, and was a great man in the kingdom, and faithful to the king. And him he sent with that wicked alchemist, that whom he made high priest, and commanded that he should take vengeance of the children of Israel. So they departed and came with a great power into the land of Judea, where they sent messengers to Judas and his brethren with peaceful words deceitfully.
God. So a new power is set up. The Lord has set up a new power, right? Demetrius is now in rulership. Okay? Demetrius didn't even want to see their faces, but he knew who they were, right? That's why in verse 3 it says, Wherefore, when he knew it, he said, Let me not see their faces. Just kill them, right? So Lysias and Antiochus Jr. or Antiochus Jr., right? Well, I say junior, but there's like the first, the second, the third, the fourth. I think this is the third. Antiochus the third, I want to say, don't quote me. They were killed, okay? And Demetrius is in power now. So look at what ungodly men of Israel do. Okay, they're not in rulership no more. Let me go be let me go serve the new ruler. Let me see let me slide into the new rulership and let them know about those that I don't like, right? So he goes to the new ruler. He says, "Hey, this is," and they accuse the people to the king, talking about Judas and all those keeping the law, statutes, commandments, right? All that were along with Judas. Okay, they accused him to the king, the new power, right? Judas and his brethren have slain all your friends and driven us out of our land. What do you mean? You took yourself out the land because you didn't want to serve the Most High God. He's there because he's doing right. The Most High put him back in the land because that's what the Most High wanted to do, and they fought for that.
Right.
But they were like, they took it from us. We want to go back to slaughtering the swine on our altar.
Man, them carnitas are good.
Yeah, Straight up. That's what they're telling the king right now. And they're giving a false report. They're speaking a bad name on Judas and those keeping the law, statutes, commandments. Right? This is what they do in the world today.
Gone.
Look at those wicked Hebrews. Always judging somebody.
Yeah.
Always saying God hates. Scriptures say that.
And they use Christ.
God.
We're going to do a class and a lesson. Cap and I were talking about
Yep.
it, where people use Christ against us keeping the law.
Right.
What do they say? Christ did away with that. They use Christ against the law.
Yep. God. Crazy. Madness. Right. So, Salakia. I'm going to continue on that. Now it says, therefore send some man who you trust and let him go take a look at what they're doing.
Right.
And let him punish them with all them that aid them.
Stirring it up.
That's called a busybody. A talebearer.
Cause contention amongst
Brethren.
Yeah.
Right? Now look, it was Alchemist who was desirous to be high priest. Right?
Called him out by name.
You want to be a high priest, but you don't want to serve the Most High God. You just want the title. You just want to be somebody. Look at that.
I'm curious of these names because Hollywood be using these names.
Like alchemy.
Yeah. Watch
Alchemist.
this. You guys seen Return of the Jedi? Yeah. This Jabba the Hutt, most wicked. He runs the bounty hunters. He does all this stuff, right? He's in charge of the land, right? He has a little creature called Salacious Crumb, and he laughs when he feeds you to the what's that big monster underground?
The Rancor.
The Rancor. The little guy's name is Salacious Crumb. If you look at chapter 7,
Lucius.
yeah, Salucius. And they go to the Witch of Endor. All these things, and he's a so-called Jewish man. They take from these scriptures and these names. And I wonder what these names, because when you go into the Hebrew and look up names, they have meanings.
God.
And these are all wicked characters.
Yep.
This is the story, bro.
Yeah.
I just hear these names. There's also a name in there, Eumenes. You meanies. Yeah. And then when I hear that name, I start busting up every time because, let me yield, man. This Bible does a lot
that
for me,
guy
bro.
that.
You meanies. Watch, I think we might even pull it out. I don't know, but it's in there.
Gone. So the king, right, Demetrius, chooses Bacchides, right, to go with alchemists. Look, joining hand in hand with evil. And they what? And commanded that he should take vengeance of the children of Israel. Our own people going hand in hand to take vengeance on our own people.
Goes back to Wisdom of Solomon 17, who wicked man who chose to oppress the children of God, the children of Israel. On our side, on our seed, and not all Israel is what? A house divided can't
stand. This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 7, verse 25 through 35.
Starting at 25. On the other side, when alchemists saw that Judas and his company had gotten the upper hand and knew that he was not able to abide their force, he went again to the king and said all the worst of them that he could. Then the king sent Nicanor, one of his honorable princes, a man that bare deadly hate unto Israel,
wow,
with commandment to destroy the people. So Nicanor came to Jerusalem with great force and sent unto Judas and his brethren deceitfully with friendly words, saying,
Snake,
let there be no battle between me and you, and I will come with a few men, and you, that I peace. He came therefore to believe. Howbeit the enemies were prepared to take away Judas by violence. Which thing after it was known to Judas, to wit, that he came unto him with deceit, he was sore afraid of him, and he would see his face no more. Nicanor also, when he saw that his counsel was discovered, went out to fight against Judas besides Kafar Salama. Yeah. Says when there were slain of Nicanor's side about 5,000 men, and the rest fled into the city of David. After this went Nicanor up to Mount Zion, and there came out of the sanctuary certain of the priests and certain of the elders of the people to salute him peaceably, and to show him the burnt sacrifice that was offered for the king. But he mocked them and laughed at them and abused them shamefully and spake proudly and sore in his wrath, saying, unless Judas and his host be now delivered into my hands, if I ever come again in safety, I will burn up this house. And with that he went out in a great rage.
Gone. So, Salakia, verse 25. So they seen that they couldn't get the upper hand on Judas, right? Alchemists saw this. Man, these brothers are mighty. We can't get the upper hand on them, right? He went again to the king and said the worst, slandered him, slandered his own people. And not just his own people, but the ones keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, zealous of the law, willing to die for it, right? And so the king sent Nicanor, one of the honorable princes, and he bare deadly hatred unto Israel. He hated Israel. He hated our people. Okay? This is where he's coming from. When it's like when you love something. When you love something, you'll do whatever it takes to have it, right? You love chips, you go to the store, you buy them, you eat them all, right? You love them. Can't go without them. When it's also the same when you hate something,
Right, the extent you go.
you will go
Yeah.
above and beyond because you hate it. You'll go above and beyond to make sure that it's the way you see fit for it to be, right?
A man that bear deadly hate unto Israel.
Right. And this is what we're up against. And he had commandment to destroy us.
Yeah.
He was commanded to destroy. That was a sweet words to his ears. He's I could kill them all. You sure?
You know who it reminds me of?
Yeah.
You
Really?
know who it reminds me of? In the book of Esther. Somebody.
You talking about
Come on, somebody.
hold on.
Who hated us in the book of Esther?
I know.
Thank you.
Haman?
Wicked Hammond is what they call it.
Yeah. He got set on his own pole.
Yep. And his kids.
Yeah, and his whole family. God.
So it's gonna come around. You're gonna get there.
God.
It's coming.
All praises. And so Nicanor came to Jerusalem, and then he came to his brethren deceitfully with friendly words. I don't want no problems. I just want to talk to you, Judas. I don't want to fight. Let's just talk man to man.
Hey, take these blankets filled with smallpox.
I'm gonna clothe you with a virus.
With a virus.
Did I forget to mention that?
Come get a shot. And then it's gonna break down your immune system even more.
And you're gonna die.
Yeah.
But I left the second part out. Right? And then Judas got wind of it, right? And so they went into battle. And
And all praises to the Most High, again, working things out behind the scenes. He got wind of it. Or they say a little birdie told me. Oh, you know, because they do come. Like, we can't handle their deceit. Their deceit's on another level. Esau's the border of wickedness.
But now watch this. Watch this. So Nicanor, right, came up to Zion, Mount Zion, came to certain priests and of the elders to salute. And they, oh wait, no, so like after this one, and there came out of the, oh, okay, our elders and priests came up to salute him peaceably. These are the wicked ones coming to salute him peaceably, right? Watch this.
Call it out, King. Where you at?
Salakia 33,
Come on.
verse 33. Okay, so he was on Mount Zion, and there came out certain priests out of the sanctuary and elders to salute him peaceably and show him the burnt sacrifice that was offered for the king. For the king,
Yeah.
not for the Most High God,
Right.
for the king. Okay, but he mocked them and laughed at them and abused them shamefully
Mm.
and spake proudly. He hates you, and you want, that's a coon right there. The coons came out the sanctuary. I hate you. Shut up. Don't even speak. I'm gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna mock you. I hate your people. Why would you come out and salute me? But they're right there trying to join hand in hand with him. Trying to join hand in hand with someone that hates you and wants to kill you. What's wrong with you? Right? And he swore in his wrath, saying, unless Judas and his host be now delivered into my hands, if I ever come again, I will burn up your house. And with that, he went out in a great rage. Same person you trying to be at peace with him. And he's like, what's wrong with you? Look, hey, if I don't get my way, next time I come back, I'm burning up this place. That's crazy. That's madness. These are the people that they want to submit themselves to instead of the Most High God.
Crazy. It is madness.
Okay. Now we're gonna go to
It's what power does to people. Like if you see somebody in power, you just like, well, what can I do? I might as well join the club. What does they say? You can't beat them. Join them.
right.
But they don't realize you're already dead living like that. That's why I said it'd be better if we died than to continue watching our people, in this state.
And the funny part too is giving the king the burnt sacrifice. Like, what does the Most High enjoy from the burnt sacrifice? The
Right.
smell, right?
Right.
Sweet
right.
savor.
It's like, what is so you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's foolishness.
Right.
It's so dumb.
Right. We're gonna jump down to First Maccabees chapter 7, verse 43 through 49.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 43. So the 13th day of the month Adar, the host joined battle, but Nicanor's host was discomfited, and he himself was first slain in the battle. Now when Nicanor's host saw that he was slain, they cast away their weapons and fled. Then they pursued after them a day's journey from Adasa unto Gazara, sounding an alarm after them with their trumpets. Whereupon they came forth out of all the towns of Judea round about.
Can I hit it real quick? That's for you getting killed first. They said he was killed first.
Verse 46. Whereupon they came forth out of all the towns of Judea round about, and closed them in, so that they, turning back upon them that pursued them, were all slain with the sword, and not one of them was left. Afterwards they took the spoils and the prey, and smote off Nicanor's head and his right hand, which he stretched out so proudly, and brought them away, hanged them up toward Jerusalem. For this cause the people rejoiced greatly, and they kept that day a day of great gladness. Moreover, they ordained to keep yearly this day, being the 13th of Adar. Thus the land of Judah was in rest a little while.
Mashiach.
Mashiach.
So
Oh,
that's
Lord.
what we're gathered today to as a memorial, right? This day is a memorial of a evil that was destroyed, right? The Lord allowed us to destroy an evil that was set, that bared daily hatred towards us, and we won that battle because the Most High allowed us to win that battle.
You know what? That's a lesson in itself. Every supervillain, right, always gets the worst. Hammond, laced up there with his kids. The
Nicanor.
Philistines, yeah. No, Hammond.
Okay. No, no, I thought you were gonna.
No,
go
I'm
Nicanor
gonna
next.
label a couple.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
No,
waiting.
just look at the pattern.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a
Like this is a class
Yep.
to scare the heathen,
right.
right?
Straight up.
The Philistine, his head cut off and brought back to town.
Yep. Yep.
Judith, head cut off, brought back to town.
By a woman.
There is so many stories in here for you heathens to where you ain't gonna get a good night's sleep no more. It's on its way.
That's a nightmare for them.
It's a nightmare. Well, you know, Pulp
But it came true. But it comes true.
Who's seen Pulp Fiction? Okay, if you've seen Pulp Fiction, the different stories in there all had like irony. They all had some like crazy stuff. They had some stuff. These stories right here, someone made a movie, like an Israelite made a movie of all the times the super villains came against us, how they're the example. He cut his hand off because he extended it out in falsehood.
He extended it out against God's chosen people.
Kana.
That's where he went wrong.
That's right.
Can't put your hand out against God's chosen people. He's gonna protect us.
Now the crazy thing is lessons will come out, but I'm not there yet. I'm just wow, yay.
Sorry.
Eating
Yeah.
soon.
Con.
Watch this.
We get this. We eating this bread of life
Right.
first.
Yeah. Watch this. What does it say in things physical? We know our battle's not physical. This was a spiritual battle too. So they had to win the spiritual battle to win the physical battle. So I don't take off the table the physical battle. I just make sure the spirit one's done first. Yeah. So there's going to be a lesson coming out, but I'm not going to put it on YouTube because I can't cast my pearls to swine. It's only for the congregation that's in and sees it. It'll be a Zoom. And then we teach it in secret to everybody because this is a physical war. I don't care. Just because the Bible says that it's a spiritual battle, it didn't say there's no longer a physical one.
Con.
You still get choked out in the street and killed.
Yep.
That's physical.
Straight up.
And eventually it's going to lead to physical.
Dawada.
Eventually.
Dawada.
You know what I'm saying?
Dawada. So we'll keep that on the internal.
Con. So Nicanor was the first slain in the battle, right?
Con.
Verse 43. He was the first slain in the battle. Most High made an example of him. And guess what his people did when he got slain? They fled, dropped their weapons and
Yep.
fled,
Take
ran.
the head. Yep.
The head was cut off. The body
Yep.
didn't know what to do.
It did like a chicken when you cut its head off. It just turned off.
Body ran off real quick. We thought we were somebody. No, we're not. We're out of here.
Yeah.
Nope, not against these brothers.
Right.
Mm-mm. Right. So we followed. We pursued. We went in pursuit. We were in hot pursuit and pursued them, slaying them with the sword, and not one of them was left.
That's right.
Not one. Right. Afterward, we took the spoil, the prey, and smote off Nicanor's head and his right hand, which he stretched out so proudly, and brought them and hanged them up toward Jerusalem.
Don't teach that in the church, do that.
No way. Never that.
And the crazy thing is the Catholic Bible got the Apocrypha sitting right in it.
That's right.
That doesn't fit their agenda. That's why.
Right.
I mean,
And for this cause, for this reason, the people rejoiced greatly. That's what we're doing here today.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Rejoicing greatly for Israel's deliverance from an evil. And we're
A
waiting
great
for
evil.
a great evil. And we're waiting for our deliverance out of this wicked land, wicked place, out of this wicked world. Okay? By Hashem and Mashiach.
Shema Mashiach.
So, that moreover, they ordained it.
Yeah.
Okay, don't let the feast, the destruction of Nicanor slide off the table.
Right.
It was ordained to keep yearly. Okay, on the 13th day of Adar, which is the second month. Done. So let's go to First Maccabees chapter 8, verse 19 through 21.
They went therefore to Rome, which was a very great journey, and came into the Senate, where they spake and said, Judas Maccabeus, with his brethren, and the people of the Jews have sent us unto you to make a confederacy and peace with you, and that we might be registered your confederates as friends. So that matter pleased Romans well.
Look at the wording here used. Look at the wording and apply it to today, right? We went therefore to Rome, which was a very great journey, and came into the Senate. Do we not have a Senate here in America? Okay, gone. So look at this, Rome, right? They say all roads lead back to Rome.
Right.
Okay, that's who's still in power today.
Right.
This Senate is still here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this rulership is still here today. We're at the feet, right? In Daniel's vision, right? We're at the feet. It's gonna come all tumbling down.
No praises out.
By Hashem HaMashiach.
Yeah.
So they spake and said, and Judas with his brethren and the people of the Jews have sent us unto you. So they were speaking on behalf of the Jews, right? Judas and his brethren, and we want to make a confederacy and peace with you, that we might be registered your confederate and friends. And it pleased the Romans well, right? The Confederates. They have Confederates here, right? Don't they have the Confederate flag?
Yep.
Look at the wording, okay? Look at the wording used, okay? I'm not making any claims or anything, but let the clues hint to something, you know?
Psalms 83.
Yep. Hey,
They're confederate against you.
against us, right? So it pleased them though. Like, okay, no more wars, no more fights. Can we just tone it down and be at peace? And mind you, it's a new we have Demetrius is in charge. So it was like, you know what? Yeah, you guys been whooping our butts. We'll be confederate with you. We'll be at peace.
That's so egotistical. It's not like you were on top and you said, you know what, you guys really aren't that bad. You're just trying to keep your laws, you know. It's like, since you've been whooping our,
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, you only give up because you can't win.
right. And then I'm still
we're
gonna
okay
act
with it.
like I'm something.
Yeah,
It's weak. It's that spirit that's in, you know, because we're dealing with a certain line of bloodline here too.
right.
That's still in the earth, like he said, running it, and they have the same spirit. They're never gonna bow down to the Most High God and His people. They're not gonna do it. They're only gonna show like they're compromising because they're getting spanked. That's it. But still maintain their prestige and their preeminence. It's so good. It's ugly. You know what I mean?
So we made a treaty with Rome. Now let's go to 1 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 10.
First Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 10. Then Judas said, God forbid that I should do this thing and flee away from them. If our time be come, let us die manfully for our brethren, and let us not stain our honor.
So even though we made a treaty again, we got into another battle. Okay, we're at war again. And Judas said, I'm not going to flee. I'm not going to run. If our time be come, let us die manfully for our brethren. Let us not stain our honor. Is anyone getting into the kingdom with stains?
No. A spot. You coming back for a
You gotta
spot free, wrinkle free,
Blameless.
or anything of such.
Right. So he's like,
No.
I'm not going to put no stain. I haven't put no stains on me. I'm not about to do it right now either. We're going if we're going to fight. We never back down. I'm not doing it now.
Sold
Right.
out.
If you can get 17 and 21. We're going to do 1 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 17 through 21.
This is the book of 1 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 17. Whereupon there was a sore battle, insomuch as many were slain on both parts. Judas also was killed, and the remnant fled. Then Jonathan and Simon took Judas their brother, and buried him in the sepulchre of his fathers in Modin. Moreover, they bewailed him, and all Israel made great lamentation for him, and mourned many days, saying, How is the valiant man fallen that delivered Israel?
That's, you know what, just real quick.
Con.
When Christ was killed, how do you think they felt? Wait a minute. He had the power to walk on water, heal people. He had all this. I don't understand. Why is he dead up there? Go ahead, King.
Con. So he was willing to die valiantly. He was not going to put a stain upon his honor. And they went into the battle, and a lot of people were slain on both sides. And Judas ended up dying, and the remnant of the people fled. Right?
Man, our brother Judas got some rest.
God. And Jonathan and Simon took Judas, their brother, and buried him. And wailed him. And Israel made a great lamentation. And it said, how was the valiant man fallen that delivered Israel? Even Hamashiach had to fall to deliver Israel.
That's right, King.
Okay.
And real quick, you see the father, he was buried in the what? Sepulchers of his what?
Of his fathers.
You father-son relationships in the truth, it's probably one of the most precious things on the planet.
That's right.
Don't ever sleep on that thing. That's what the world needs to see. Go ahead, King.
Just let's grab First Maccabees chapter 9, verse 27 through 31. Now watch this. Okay, this is important too. I mean, all of it's important, but watch this.
Yeah, there's like you said, there's a lot of bangers in there. This book is hitting on all cylinders.
Yeah, sure. This is chapter 9, verse 27. So was there a great affliction in Israel, the like whereof was not since the time that a prophet was not seen among them. For this cause all Judah's friends came together and said unto Jonathan, since thy brother Judas died, we have no man like him to go forth against our enemies. And Bacchides, and against them of our nation that are adversaries to us. Now, therefore, we have chosen thee this day to be our prince and captain in his stead, that thou mayest fight our battles. Upon this, Jonathan took the governance upon him at that time, and rose up in his stead of his brother Judas.
Mattathias, bishop, falls, dies. Judas fills in the void. Bishop dies, falls. Jonathan fills in the void. They had to get trained though. They had to get built up. They didn't just jump into the position.
They were riding the whole time.
They seen how the position was filled.
And the cost. You always got to count the cost.
Count the cost.
You
God.
just saw him die in battle?
Are you
I'm next.
I'm the next one
Mm-hmm.
with my neck on the line, right?
Mm-hmm.
He took the governance.
Yep.
You have to be able to bear that on your shoulders.
Yep. Like you brought out on the breastplates
Right.
of the priests.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You're putting Israel on your shoulders. Right? Can you bear it?
Yes, you can. Because in Hamashiach, all things are possible.
That's right.
Cast your yoke upon me, for my yoke is light.
Right.
Don't ever think you're doing nothing. All you're doing is getting out the way. You're decreasing so Hamashiach can increase. If you get out of that, you're done.
So now Jonathan is the leader. Okay. Now we have new leadership. Okay. Judas is gone. Eleazar's gone. Mattathias is gone.
All honorably. Every one of them went out hard. That'd be a tight shirt with their names on like a shield.
So we have Johanan, which the scriptures don't speak much about Johanan, I don't believe. And then we have Jonathan, and we have Simon. Okay. Again, Johanan. Again, everybody's different. Everybody's different, right?
Jonathan is a very noble name in the scriptures. When you see David and Jonathan's relationship, that brotherly love that surpassed a woman.
Huh?
This is brotherly love we're talking about here.
Right. And I hear Swords of Truth talk about that all the time.
No.
They put the brethren before
Yeah.
the wife.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
Yeah.
Because we're building something.
Yeah,
We have to.
and you have a beautiful wife when she knows that and sees that.
Yeah,
And
can
then when
accept
you
it.
when you come to her, it means that much more because now she has
Well-
you.
well,
She knows that you're a strong leader.
Yeah.
Well, imagine, right? You haven't seen, like, when I see you all,
Yeah.
right? I haven't seen you in so long.
Right.
It's that much better than if I had seen you yesterday and then I see you the next day. I'm like, oh, well, I just seen her.
Yeah.
But when you spend that time apart, you come back, you're just like, I love you, I miss you so much. Don't ever leave
I
again.
think I kissed quite a lot today.
Right? See? I didn't get mine, so.
Uh-uh.
Where mine at? No.
Hey, Captain, me and you talk every day.
Yeah, I know.
Now,
I
probably,
give myself.
there was a brother that I was funking with in the congregation that was mighty, right? But me and him were funking, like funking, right? And it was at a Passover, and I know the Lord ain't tolerating no funk at a Passover, period.
Straight up.
So prior to him, the only other man I kissed was my brother when he got out the penitentiary after 10 years. And I don't decide, oh, I'm gonna kiss you. A kiss just comes and right to the cheek of the man, you know. And when I saw in the scriptures, greet him with a brotherly kiss and things
A holy,
like
they call it a holy
that,
kiss.
a holy kiss. I have no control over that thing. So I knew this brother was pissed at me. I knew he was mad, right? Because we were in contention for something in the scriptures. Both zealous. Big old New York brother, right? Bigger than me, you know. And when I held him, I gave him a hug. I planted one on him, bro. And to this day, I use it on him. I go, you know I love you. You know I do.
No doubt about
Yeah,
that.
you know I do, because we was in funk, and that came out of me right away. He got it because I love him so much, and when he goes through what he goes through, like this brother right here, going through it,
Huh?
the Most High raises him up mighty. Next time I see him, he gonna get bear hugged and probably a kiss because I know the Lord is doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's just the way the Lord is because it's real brotherly love.
Right. I want to mention something too. I remember you saying a long time ago. Brotherly love was so much more pure at the time.
Yeah.
Brothers used to lay on other brothers' chests, like somebody's laying on Hamashiach's chest.
Yeah. When
You know
the
what I mean?
disciples were hanging out with Christ, they was like all up on him and stuff.
You know, just lounging,
Yeah, like big
welling
old,
with each other,
like-
welling with each other.
right, like big lions, like my brother. When he get out the pen, he come spend the night, and I wake up and he's asleep on me. And now he's gone, you know. But I remember how he loved like that. He was like, he's like, you're my big brother. What are you talking about? I'm gonna be right here. You know what I'm saying? One time I kissed him, I tasted a tear. Like, this is real brotherly love in the Bible. That's why phony stuff don't fly here.
Hey, it's a big blessing to even understand that type of love.
Kahala.
You know what I mean?
Kahala.
And then to have it, that's the cherry on top.
And I'm gonna cut the congregation that's playing. We know when you're not around.
God.
We know
It's
it.
felt.
We all know it. It's just like like I said, we see you high. If I look on the bench and I don't see Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, I'm like, where's the team at?
God.
Keep that. Make that stick.
We're gonna go to First Maccabees chapter 9, verse 54 through 56.
Bring it out.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 9, of verse 54. Moreover, in the 153rd year, in the 2nd month, Alcimus commanded that the wall of the inner court of the sanctuary should be pulled down. He pulled down also the works of the prophets. And as he began to pull down, even at that time was Alcimus plagued, and his enterprises hindered, for his mouth was stopped, and he was taken with the palsy, so that he could no more speak anything, nor give order concerning his house. So Alcimus died at that time with great torment.
Again.
And this is our own people. And he died with great torment because he was destroying the Most High God's. He was pulling down the inner court.
What are the works of the prophets that he tore down? Anybody?
Say it again.
Read it if you don't mind.
Con, I'll grab it. It says, I'm gonna read 54 again. Moreover, in the 153rd year, in the 2nd month, Alcimus commanded that the wall of the inner court of the sanctuary should be pulled down. He pulled down also the works of the prophets.
Anybody? Can you read it one more time for him? What is the works of the prophets? Is it the literal? That's one. Just think about it. We'll revisit it later. But when we read this Bible and you hear something like that, don't just read right over it. What are the works of the prophets that got tore down? I'll just leave it there. We'll come back to it.
God.
Well, what he said was the closest, but there's physical works.
Oh.
Remember, we built the
Yeah.
walls.
Yeah.
That's the work. You know, those that are, you have to have faith to build this thing, right? Yeah, the brother, all that. But what did you say it was that he tore down?
The law.
Yeah, the law. Okay, so everything that we're doing is commanded. There's no freestyling going on here. Brothers ain't just like, you know, it'd be tight if we built the temple. You know what I'm saying? No, everything the Lord is putting on the hearts of the men of God, right? So all that works of the prophets, those are the days. I think earlier you read that there was no prophets in these times.
Right.
These are the prophets. Prophesying the kingdom to rise again. But it's just something to just, you know, when you read something like that, actually, you know, just think to yourself, what are they talking about, the works of the prophets? Was it some documents on the wall? You know, what was it?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. But it can be.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to throw it out there and see what everybody had, because they tore down. It specifically brought that out, that the works of the prophets were tore down. So could be their prophecies. You know? Go ahead, King.
The books, right?
Yeah.
It's like the heathens were burning them up and stuff.
That's a good point.
So
I just haven't heard a breakdown on it yet.
It was like we don't want these recipes because we got
Right.
recipes to do certain
Right.
things, formulas,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Forget this formula because just whatever, you know, for the
All our
offerings,
blueprints.
all that. Yeah, you're like, nope, we're not doing that one no more.
Yep.
We're not doing that one. We're not doing
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Mm-mm.
Mhm.
So then we lose that, right? If you lost great grandma's recipe,
Right.
you
Yeah.
can't make great grandma's
No.
homemade chocolate chip cookies ever again
No.
because you don't know the right recipe for it.
And that reminds me, how many in the congregation have received a leather bag from me to keep it? Captain has. So brothers that commit to this work, you will receive a Malachian leather bag, and it'll have your works in there. It'll have from day one to the last day of the year how to keep holy days, right? You got a major breakdown that you want to keep forever, because we can't trust everything that's going on electronically. When that thing goes down, you'll have that. And in the wilderness, do you guys remember he was walking around with that Bible in the book of Eli for a long time, right? And they were after him for that.
Right.
That inspired me. I'm going to give all the Malachian captains and officers and soldiers that are down, my banyams have it, a leather, and in there you keep. And we'll even laminate it. So if you have to swim across a lake in the wilderness, that leather will dry and that laminated up, and you can keep precept by precept every holy day.
Right.
That's how serious it is to me. Right.
Con. And I need to hold myself accountable for that too, because I have it here, like you said, electronically, but I need to print it all out and make it nice and neat.
Yep.
Put it in a binder or something.
Because everybody's got go bags, but who has a spiritual go bag?
Right.
That's what
Yeah. Right. You got all this stuff prepped, but you ain't got your.
You're in the
got your
wilderness.
sword.
Damn, what was that? How do we keep this law? Yeah.
Hey, they tore down the works of the prophets.
Man.
Look, that's what it reminds me.
Man.
of. How do we do that again?
Like that'll be the only, when we found him dead, he had this bag on him. You know what I mean? And it had to keep the law from A to Z every year. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
That's that. Be therefore zealous.
Yeah. And I'm trying to get all the leather bags embroidered Malachian on them, with Yahweh on it, you know, and it'll be known, and it'll be like a trend in Israel. Oh, man, all the teachers, just look at, watch this. You know what really got me? Every time you watch a professor walk into their college dorm or their college room that they teach in, what do they always have on them?
Bring their big bag on.
They got a leather bag, and they pull out and they teach the doctrine of men. We're the priests of the Most High God. We should have a leather bag right there. I'll pull it out. What you want to learn about, King?
What you need?
Yep.
I got.
Like Indiana Jones in his bag, but instead of them glowing rocks,
Yeah.
you go Bible.
Yeah,
I'm gonna prescribe you something.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
right,
prescribe you something.
right.
A little something. What you need?
Little sham
A
sham.
little sham.
Hey, and believe me, I already bought the bags for all of y'all. Y'all just have to show up. I have about
Oh,
6
Allah.
or 7 leather bags at the house with
Fire.
names on them, and I'm just watching. I'm just watching. I almost brought one today.
Woo! Watching them work.
You think I'm lying? It's
Watching
sitting
them
in the
work.
garage with a name on it right now.
Don't let that name tag get pulled off.
Don't get blotted out.
don't get that name tag pulled off.
And then you know what's beautiful? You hand it down to your seed.
Let's go to First Maccabees chapter 10, verse 1 through 5.
You about to approach your third hour. You're on fire tonight, bro.
First Maccabees, chapter 10, verse 1 through 5.
It's all heat, though.
In the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, went up and took Ptolemais, for the people had received him by means whereof he reigned there. Now when King Demetrius heard thereof, he gathered together an exceeding great host and went forth against him to fight. Moreover, Demetrius sent letters unto Jonathan with loving words, so as he magnified him.
Hold it real quick. The Lord has a name, the Lord of hosts. So even the enemy's hosts are governed by the Lord. He knows the beginner. He knows if they're going to get put to flight. He knows if Nicanor is going to get killed first. It's already written. Just wanted, when you hear that these people have hosts, they're still under the Lord. Because remember, he creates good and evil. Go ahead, King.
Verse 4. For said he, let us first make peace with him before he join with Alexander against us. Else he will remember all the evils that we have done against him and against his brethren and his people.
I do want to say, it's off topic, but the food is ready. If you want, go one at a time, or we'll wait. But it's warm, it's hot, it's ready.
So let's take a vote. Is that fair? So I don't want you guys not to be able to eat while you're doing it. Should we wait until the classes so they can eat?
I don't mind. I want to keep bringing it out, but I also don't want it to get cold, and I want everyone to eat. So I don't mind.
I'm gonna take Cap's lead, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna say if you pause for a second, real quick, we could grab quick plates.
Done. I just because we had the live feed, so I didn't want to leave the live hanging.
Hey,
live,
hold
go
on.
get a plate of food.
Yeah, go get a plate of food. Hey, I'm getting a plate. Think I'm playing?
I think it's a call hello. Did you want me to take a pause?
Yeah, for a second.
Okay. Bashem Mashiach. We're gonna do a quick commercial. Can someone come up and perform? Who's got jokes? We're gonna take a light intermission. Right.
Why is everybody being shy? I feel like a weirdo.
Hop in there, everyone. Hop in there. Make it quick. Yeah, Con. Elders and ladies, we're going last, so. Elders and ladies, hop in there. Yeah, Con, me too. I'm gonna wait until I'm ready. Yeah, Con. But if you guys want, go ahead. But I'm gonna wait. I don't mind eating food, and I got my food to warm it up. It's up to you. You guys don't have to. Right. Sorry. Who's gonna show off the Hebrew moves?
Some break dancing.
God.
Come on, Quinnox. I know you got it.
Hey.
Tone, come on. I know you hungry. We'll get you a plate. You know it?
No praises. Right.
Hallelujah.
I want the congregation to enjoy both meals. Both meals at the same time. Right?
Hey, these are little club sandwiches with turkey bacon.
It looks fire.
Thank you, Father. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Just for now.
Yeah, oh, you want me to let me give you a breakdown on the food. live. I'm gonna give you a breakdown on the food, okay?
Hold on.
What
How
it
you gonna
tastes
be
like.
how you gonna be the feast of Simon without the feast?
Right.
Let him eat.
Right. Go get your plate. Fine. Oh man, praises to the Most High for such a beautiful convocation.
Hallelujah.
Beautiful air, beautiful wind.
Beautiful
wind,
lesson.
beautiful weather,
Beautiful
We
lesson.
all
beautiful
got
brethren.
together. All praises.
beautiful spirit.
Mhm.
Oh, Lord.
Be up till the sun comes out.
Right now, we don't have more than we got about maybe like 30 minutes left if we really get through it.
We only got 40 more chapters.
Zaquan got his face full, so he might not bring as much out. we might be able to make it too quick.
I know.
Hey, you gonna get sleepy, man.
Huh? Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I've never heard of it. It's not the drink like claw. No,
Oh,
I
oh.
thought it was too when she brought it to me. I thought it was like the energy drink.
Right.
Jocelyn got that white claw. That was some nice beverage. The white claw. It's good.
Like it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
What? You like that peanut butter?
He's an old man that drinks whiskey.
Oh, I forgot about peanut
He
butter.
comes home
We
tired.
brought
he
some
drinks
wine
whiskey.
too. What happened?
The
Gonna
risky
eat?
whiskey. The risky
Josh,
whiskey.
Yeah,
y'all gonna eat?
matter of fact.
You know you don't.
They're gonna wait.
They gotta mess me up.
You wanna drink?
It'll be there. There's a lot.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not
We
even
got
worried.
pastas, we got salads, we got
I'll eat the crumbs.
sandwiches.
I'll eat the crumbs off the table.
And then that was a good choice of bread.
It's like the bolillo bread.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like my favorite bread. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
You like the bolillo? It's like
It feels
when I
like a
make,
sandwich from a
torta
store or
style.
something.
The tortas, I'll like toast the bread. And torta, not a female.
A tonto? What?
It's like,
Eating tonto
watch.
burgers.
Let me watch.
Yeah, some-
We had a place in the hood.
But I don't, no, I see it on there.
We had a place in the hood that stayed open hella late in the Heights. Right by the Cragen in the Heights. We used to call it Tonto Burger because there's heck of fools hanging out up there. You can get caught up trying to get a burger. You're crazy, you're stupid if you go there right now. You know what I'm saying? Good right now. Thank you.
Y'all take a walk. Take
Water?
those.
One of these?
What's that?
Red?
No.
You like the red?
Wait, where?
Yeah.
No.
Hierba buenas.
What?
It's hierba
Y'all
buenas.
take one, please.
Yeah, he has
It don't matter. The blue one.
Yes,
This time. Yep. Look at that one.
What we think?
You know it. We're playing no games.
They're $2.79 at Bel Air right now, but I know it's best for my little kids.
At Costco, they have them on sale sometimes.
Oh, I want to go to Costco and buy your toaster.
They couldn't wait.
Air fryer.
They couldn't wait.
And I saw what she showed me. It does everything.
Well, she showed you that one?
Well, she
Did you take a picture of it?
I read my mind. I said I didn't.
Yeah, so you know exactly which one.
I'll have to write me a note then.
Just
The
go
form?
to the section.
Oh, good thing. Thank you. Remember, you told me one a day.
One a day, yeah. I'm gonna do two today. Though.
I'm gonna be drinking on that liquor.
Later. I got
Right.
one drink.
Con.
I got Grand Marnier or maple whiskey.
I'm gonna have whatever the cat has.
Maple whiskey. You get the best of the best. I got the Grand Marnier because just in case I didn't know how many people were coming, and maple whiskey's already halfway
I
gone.
brought some
So,
liquor too.
so
I brought 2 bottles of wine and some honey. Sweet honey.
I see inside.
What you do with that, bro?
shalom to the family at home and on the live. Hope you're having a beautiful Sabbath. Happy Feast of Simon.
All the way to Hawaii to Zaquan Shaw.
Gone
He's sipping a Mai Tai on the beach watching the lesson on the Shabbat
on a hammock
in the breeze.
in between the palm trees.
Right?
You made your plate, guy?
Do you want one of these? I have mint. I have mint too.
I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna get
like
hooked.
mint?
Yeah,
You're gonna get hooked.
more of a mint. Yeah.
You're gonna
Well,
get
my
hooked.
wife drinks that.
Mhm.
Well, she makes it.
Mhm.
Like the tea. She buys the
Yeah.
tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what's close to that? That's cheap. The peach Snapple.
A peach, it has a lot of sugar.
I know. I ice them up, huh?
So one
Oh, they're all pretty good. They're all
Maybe
good.
like 15.
Good boy.
Mhm. I'm
There's
fine.
more for like later.
You did good. You know what they remind me of? The Jimmy Dean.
I made it because I don't eat meat.
Mhm.
Oh wait, yeah, you can.
Oh, right on.
I was just fiending for these. Like,
Wine and mint.
They have caffeine
Okay,
so if you like
napkin.
coffee and stuff. It's
Oh,
a
yeah.
natural way to get your caffeine.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dad, look those little oranges over there. So everybody can nibble on them. You know what's weird? It'll be hot outside, King, and I'll pick it off the tree and they're cold when you eat them. It's weird.
I forgot I said
They're stay cold. Uh-huh. There's napkins here for everybody, too.
You got it?
Okay, the both of us. And then I don't know if you want to make my mom and then.
I saw you take one over there.
I did. She did her work too. She made the mac salad and then she made the fettuccine.
Did you see his stepdad listening? He pulled up, parked right there. Not in his car, but he just was sitting right there listening to you bring it out.
You want a tea?
And then when he drove off,
I invited them. I invited my neighbors. They helped me today because we had trouble with that one. And I
yeah,
felt,
that's awesome.
and I felt bad. No, but it got twisted up, and I felt bad, and I didn't want to like have them do work. But I was like, you know, it was like we wanted to have it for the food, you know. But they came together.
Yeah.
And so, but it was like the Most High's will, you know, brought them there
Beautiful,
to help
bro.
me, right? The neighbors helping
I
out.
always talk about how his hospitality is in the scriptures and you, because you guys are one. The scripture says you're one.
I want to bring something up.
Yeah. Lover of hospitality.
It's in
That's kingdom fruit.
Is that the one that covers the multitude of sin?
I think it's a charity, but that's what that is.
Isn't hospitality implemented in it?
I think it's one of the attributes, one of the qualities or characteristics. Yeah, we're hooking up the smoker out there. You guys are gonna be tasting some smoked brisket when you guys come through,
Love
bro.
me some brisket.
Yeah.
Smoked salmon too.
Yeah, you guys like anything? We can. It's so big too. It was donated to the congregation. We got 2 of them.
It's the Rock 32.
Look at
Johnny and I used to smoke some
Mm-hmm.
fire ass.
But this, my wife's like,
We've been counseling with both of them. We'll give everything
that.
time.
Which one? Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
it's the Rock 32. Look, my wife's like, why? Go eat. Why won't you eat? Why
Why
won't
aren't you?
Watch.
You need to make you a plate?
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 32. If thou be made a master of a feast, lift not thyself up,
Right.
Yeah.
but be among them as one of the rest. Take diligent care for them, and so sit down. And when you have done all thy office, take thy place. I'm not done yet.
Yeah.
Good captain.
That thou mayest be merry with them,
Yeah.
and receive a crown for thy well ordering of the feast.
Wow, perfect
Making
fish.
sure everybody's got everything for
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, outstanding.
It's not done yet. Once I'm finished with the lesson, then the feed's going up.
Everything's in the scriptures, ain't it?
The feed's going up.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Good.
Remember, you told me you're like, we'll bring the lesson out first, and then we're gonna turn up. Mhm.
Straight up.
That looks great right there. Hey, kid.
Oh, it went right back to it. I'll praise it.
How you doing, Elder? You got some potato salad to smack it.
Go right through back.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh, you
good, man.
know it?
Yeah, I'm good.
You ain't going nowhere without a rematch.
And I got
Oh, but you want me on it, huh?
macaroni salad good
You gotta
too.
make sure I was on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the first one is gonna have to be me, you, Kanawa for sure.
Are you talking about the game?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I gotta choose wisely because you know how long they run. We might have to run small matches. And Zebulon.
Yeah, I gotta get Devlin on the game.
All right.
Yeah. Because I've been bragging to him about the game.
The reason why, because I wouldn't even put Dawud on, but he has to go. The
Oh.
others can stay.
Okay, come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah.
Because Dawud has time limit.
Yeah.
For the rest that are staying,
Mm-hmm.
they don't have no time limit.
Come on.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, and Dawud wants me on. That's the only reason why I'm on. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so.
No, when they're coming in for the first time, it's good that you're on there. It is.
I like to watch and help too. Though. How can it's harder for me to help if I'm battling you.
And they're never going to be as potent until they play it a few times, because then you start thinking broad
can't always be Simon.
God.
Gotta be Judas.
Right. Sometimes I just gotta whoop you with Judas, huh? Sometimes I gotta hit a Nehemiah on you, huh? Just lay hands on you.
There's a car over there keeping the Sabbath, not even knowing it.
Right.
Come on, pretend.
That's a birthday next door.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this whole block's about to be full.
They're partying
In
out
a little
there.
bit. They haven't even started yet. You know they don't start.
Oh,
Yeah.
the people across the street, they own land. They blow it up, bro. They blow it up. It's crazy how they're playing Mexican music into 3 in the morning. Loud.
Mom, it's right.
They're still going?
They're good. They're good.
The meeting of Ensenada is here. You're gonna take
And ladies, you guys did a great job setting that up too with the food. That's a buffet.
I don't like tomatoes or onions.
Hey, so you don't like pico?
Not really. Like I'll eat it, but it's not.
That's shovel pico.
Maybe if it's not watery. But
You can put pico on everything.
I'll pass.
Yeah. My sons are like that. You know what I don't like? Everybody likes? They like salmon. I don't like salmon.
Have you tried smoked salmon?
Yeah.
You tried smoked salmon? And you still didn't like it?
Not to where I'm like, give me some.
Oh, I'll eat that every day.
I'll eat smoked brisket every day. I'll eat smoked brisket every day.
Yeah, I know.
I'm yabba dabba doo. I'm about some big old Flintstone beef ribs knocking the car over.
those dino ribs.
Yeah. Yeah, I even got connections with butchers. I'm so into that stuff. I didn't even know there was dino ribs until they taught me.
You guys good? Food yummers, all praises.
It is. It's outstanding. Baby, you can't eat all that macaroni salad.
You know I can, sir. I haven't ate lunch or breakfast.
I know. I had it
saved
done.
it.
That's it.
I have none first. Actually, I had mine. I did. I had a scoop of my food. We put butter on the bread and sliced it real thin.
Oh, come on. Yeah, let's go. Right back. Let me go get.
Or individual sessions only 18 years old and over could have adult beverages.
18 and older. Is there much in there? Oh, there's stuff. I don't even know. What? No.
My bad.
I can. Those ones are like the closest to like more natural than red bulls and stuff like that. They don't have all that. Yeah, like the tea. You know, you're gonna be buying those for your honey now, sis. Stocking up.
This is the same one you make, right?
Yeah, that's not the same. I make the hot one.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I know.
Then add some ice,
hibiscus
brother,
tea
and
in
you're
it.
good. Yeah, I like hibiscus.
Ice, or then I'll drink it hot. And then if you get that yerba mate tea, and then you ice it, and then you add brown sugar creamer. It's like a
Really? I like bobas. You like bobas, I'm saying.
You're like, and there's nothing. That's your
I see him with bobas in his cup. Really? Yeah. You drink bobas. I saw it twice in the car. They look like a boba, because you know how they pop a hole in the top?
Yeah, the jelly or the boba.
These big straws.
Yeah.
That's weird me out. Whatever the pearls or whatever they call them.
Mhm.
Can't do that.
They sell them now where you can buy them, I think, at Costco, and you can make your own.
Yeah.
I don't drink them enough to do that, but I'm sure my daughter, she likes them. How was the drive here? You fell asleep on.
I get in the car.
Yeah.
I told sis when I think of Squaw Valley, it reminds me of my guy, the Yeti, Bigfoot.
Yeah, there's metal cutout.
Really? That's cute. Hey, buddy, you ready to eat, Pops? Yeah. You gonna eat?
No, actually, I was.
Thank you, Sis Rochelle. The food is great. Too.
Yeah.
Kept us quiet, huh? Yeah.
I know it's like a quiet. Who made those enchiladas?
Yes. I think they're vegan.
For a vegan enchilada, that's
Well, there's some
Matt,
that has beef and then there's some that just cheese.
what kind of peppers does this use on them enchiladas?
I know
like
they're
that.
spicy.
I love that. That's really good.
Make like a spicy enchilada. I'm more like about that. I'll ask.
The bread's good. Babe.
Yours? The bread's good, huh? We got it. Put butter on it. But still, I had to just cut half.
Mhm.
And we always put more.
Oh, there's still more left?
Like this, no. I had to just slice it thin because I didn't want to waste it. You know? Huh?
You're there, word.
I do have it.
There's like no flavor.
Beautiful Shabbat.
Really?
Look at that scenery back there. All the trees.
This lady got tons of beautiful trees. And even sis is starting her collection right here.
Mhm. Oh yeah,
The cactus?
succulent. I like their succulents flowering in the backyard. We can handle it.
My succulents are starting. Remember that one, the big one by the front window? It only does it once a year.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, they're huge.
I gotta hit him up after Shabbat and just send me that text, guys, so I know what to tell him. He'll look at it. He'll be like, tell him to bring it through. He'll even drive it. I know what it is, so now that you're talking about that, you have that plastic on the bottom, and it must be touching the tires.
He'll know.
So when you're driving straight on the freeway, are you guys safe? Yeah, it's rubbing against
Let me
the
look
grill.
at it before you leave.
It's that plastic that hangs.
I'm just gonna crawl under
Yeah,
and look.
it's probably.
Could be a boat.
Because I saw him. He has everything professional. The tire zapper. He went and put everything right.
Oh, he had a torque gun.
Everything
Tire
professional. Tire zapper, like it's.
The torque gun.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I need a tire zapper.
You're back in Sac now, Tom, obviously, right? 'Cause you were in Texas.
Oh yeah. Huh?
Tejano, what part? Okay, how is it up there? Is it? My family's in El Paso.
A different kind of heat, huh? Desert heat style. You don't get a breeze.
Yeah, desert.
I think that's where the eclipse lightweight kind of like went right through.
How long you been back? How long? Been that long? I didn't know you that long.
Babe, COVID was just a big 4-year blur.
It's been that long.
It's like work.
We met him at the park, huh? With the lighting.
Yeah, but
Then I'm like, work photo.
So weird
life goes by fast, man.
when you're having fun.
I'm like, Popeyes is whack. Yeah, they trip. I'm gonna stick it back in to here.
Ted, you're done with this?
Yeah, I think we got then do something like that.
Definitely that.
Okay, because the 8 piece, so we had two fours, right? We had
Probably.
we had 2 4 pieces with one side. So $50.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Oh,
I put it in.
Take your plate.
Quanawa, have you had the halal pizza in Antelope yet? Yawshad, you've had it, right? Were you at the house with no cap?
He's had it.
Bro, on Antelope, if you're going down like you're going towards Winco, coming from Watt, right? Coming from Highlands, you're going down
It's on
Alberta.
Aztec Way.
It's on Alberta.
An Aztec Way, yeah.
It's a place called Antelope Pizza House. Dude, has pizza there with everything
pork
on the
on the
menu is beef. So you get beef pepperoni, beef salami, beef sausage,
Beef Canadian.
bacon. It tastes fire off. You'll feel like you're sinning when you're eating it because it's like brothers were scared to bite it. Remember? Brothers were scared to bite it. They're like, no,
Yeah,
that
what are y'all
can't be real.
feeding us?
They're like, that can't be real. I said, bro, it's real. Eat it.
It's right there in Antelope. So you know where the Walmart's at, right? So go like you're going to our old apartment.
Right.
And it's right there on Aztec Way on the corner. It's next
That
to
where the house of chicken and ribs used to be at?
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
Same
And
parking
guess
lot.
what? He seen us one day on our street and he's like, Alec, he remembered us. He's our neighbor.
Right.
These 3 houses
When
down.
he gets off work, he be bringing pizzas
He
back. We'll call
delivers
him
us
up.
for free.
He drops it off work.
We're like, this was meant to be.
Like at a convocation, if you ain't like, if it ain't a Shabbat or something,
Right.
you be like, man, I don't need to make that. I'm gonna grab me some of them pizzas.
Right.
Them pizzas are off the hook.
Because I still be going to buy my kids, me and my kids pieces, but I'm stuck with it.
Like Delish, you're stuck with
Yeah,
like
I can
cheese
only-
or
I
beef
really don't-
sausage.
Like the best pizza we get is like ground beef, and that's it.
We'll not
Chicken,
go there.
ground beef and chicken.
You finna get your boots knocked.
You're gonna get, and the prices are decent.
Yeah, they even have lunch specials.
Right.
And turkey deli.
No,
There's a halal pizza place in their neighborhood.
Is there? What's it called?
Antelope Pizza.
Yeah, Antelope House. No, Antelope House Pizza or something.
Oh,
Yeah. And so
Antelope House.
beef salami, beef pepperoni, beef Canadian bacon, beef everything. And I'm telling you, bro, you can get a big old meat pizza and looking at it, you go, that's gotta be an abomination. That can't be.
Nah.
It's not.
That's cool.
Mhm. I'm ready when y'all are. Yeah. Why?
This is us.
They're over there eating too. They gotta eat too.
¿Qué pasa, familiar?
I didn't even check the chat.
Anyone needs anything?
Oh yeah,
Easy. Got burners.
Fred Burner's in the chat.
Go in, take a left.
Man, we've been giving that brother the word for like 7 years.
Is that what he's?
Comes in,
Oh, he is
Eddie.
the original
He's
Dad
Eddie.
Dada.
he'll come listen, and you don't want to commit.
He just said in the
My
chat, yes,
title
I
was,
do.
don't put off today, you know. Hasten to the Lord, you know.
He's a moderator for like
just
Tech.
tunes in, yes. Committed to
Yeah.
Burner.
And we teach the fear of the Lord. Like you can't tune in and hear it and be like, that's talking to me. You know.
He
But
watches the brother.
I've learned just to
the,
be patient if they're coming.
He watches the who does Burner? Who does Ed watch? The Lions of.
Oh
He
yeah.
likes those brothers out in like
Yeah,
Texas.
you know, in the middle, it was fine. And in the middle, it got a little tangy or sour for me or something. But it was good, though.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Everyone Swords of Truth, they got it too.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
I did notice.
But I
that.
was drinking them before I even watched them, and
Yeah.
then I'm like, I told
That
my
became
wife,
the
no, I was like, look, they're drinking the same things.
I didn't know if they
that
really
became the
liked
live
them or
stream
they were
drink.
just maybe working towards like sponsorship or something, you know?
Right.
You do it enough, you never know if you'll get a case sent to you, right?
You probably won't support this.
No, I know.
We'll
yeah.
tag them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You never know.
They're like, we don't know these people.
Yeah.
Stop buying our drink.
I know.
They're gonna have pork in it, so we
And I
don't
think
drink it.
they're-
Huh?
I'm pretty sure. Aren't they out of California? I think they are.
I've never really heard of yerba mates till.
It says Sebastopol.
Zebulon?
I don't know how to say that.
And they're from down south.
Sebastopol.
Oh, Sebastopol's by Santa Rosa.
That's where all those
That
organic
does
people
sound
are.
like a little
Yeah.
skater
Like
drink.
Kahlua.
Huh?
Yeah.
A little like
Exactly.
Dennis.
That's where they distribute it. Distributed by
But it's brewed in the pits of hell. I'm playing. I'm just
like
like
Liquid Death.
right. God.
That's some beating you, huh?
I'm drinking my liquid death with my black nails. My black.
That's what it is, yeah. That's how you do it. It's just crazy. I was looking into it one day, and it's just crazy how Seesaw can exploit.
Sure.
Yeah.
They took
What,
a
my charger?
Central American
Yeah.
Why is it not here?
tradition down there.
Yeah.
Oh, they got rabbits. I was like, what are you gonna
It's
go
more
with?
like a hippie vibe
Yeah.
to it. That's what you look online.
Yeah.
and
They have fish raised
I
rabbits.
guess they started
just
out
have
with like a
babies.
can.
Yeah.
You just drove around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Then it
they
caught
were.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
caught on. Yeah.
In the back.
And I tripped out. I
In the
sat there
back
and
house.
thought
In the
about
back.
that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They have people that go to like think tanks on how to advertise everything, even something as wicked as some of these wicked things that come out. I can't remember what it was. I think it was Shark Tank. There's a TikTok where they were marketing in the dollar stores an evil wand and selling it to kids, and it was a wand for being evil.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, hold on a second. They're really selling a wand for doing wicked and evil, and had a picture of an evil, like an evil, yeah, like something eerie and scary. Yeah. I guess you got to have a good and a bad side, just like you have cowboys and Indians. I guess you got to have the evil wizard. But it just was crazy. Like, who's gonna go buy their kid an evil wand? I'm gonna put a curse on you.
Yeah.
See if we can hear.
They
Mic
can,
check,
they can
mic
hear
check.
me.
There you go.
How we feeling? How we feeling, fam?
Can I get a beatbox?
Ready? We're
Kahala.
gonna hop back on this. We only got about I would say less than an hour for sure.
Damn! I'm messing around with Cap, bro. Bring it out, bro.
You know we go all night.
I'm
No,
glad
we
I
can't.
ate. I'm glad I ate. I'm gonna get a cot and lay out here.
Zaquan's gonna take some seeds.
Bring it out though.
All right.
Now you know I'm gonna jump in again. Why?
God. So we're gonna go back to First Maccabees chapter 10. And we're gonna go to verse 46 through 50. So we just got done with verse 1 through 5. We went through 1 through 5, right? We grabbed that, yeah? Yeah, Khan. And Slakia, I never broke that down. Okay, Khan, I remember. Because everyone went to go eat. But we read it, but we never broke it down. So I'm going to break down First Maccabees chapter 10, verse 1 through 5. Okay? Now, Alexander, the son of Antiochus. So before Antiochus and Lysias were killed, right? Antiochus had a son, and his son was named Alexander. Okay? So now Alexander went up and took Ptolemaeus, for the people had received him by means whereof he remained there. So he took a certain city, right, Ptolemaeus, for himself, and he had some respect, right? He's the son of a king that died, right? So he had some level of respect to his name, some level of reputation. Verse 2. And Demetrius heard thereof, and he gathered a great host to fight against him. Right? He was like, man, I thought I was done with you guys. I killed your father and I killed Lysias, right? But now I got this he's back, right? Like a roach. He's back. Okay? He's still living on. His bloodline, his lineage is still living on. Right? Verse 4. It's like it, verse 3. So Demetrius, when he heard this, right? Demetrius sent letters to Jonathan with loving words and magnified him. And he said, let us make peace with him. Otherwise, he might join against us. And we can't have that. If he joins against us with Alexander, we're not going to be able to win that fight. So let me join forces with him. Let me tell him how much I love him, right? But for my own agenda, right? Else he will remember all the evils that we have done against him and his brethren and his people, right? Let's hope he forgot about that. So let's hope he forgot about everything that has happened to him.
I have to
and
jump
his
in.
people. Go ahead.
I have to jump in. The Lord don't allow that. Why? We have to keep Passover every year. He don't let us forget the Egyptians. We keep Purim every year. We don't forget about the decree that came out in Persia. The Lord ain't gonna let us forget. We might want to forget, then we have to keep this book closed. We keep Feast of Simon to remember.
It was ordained.
God.
So now we're gonna jump down to verse 46 through 50.
This is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 10, and verse 46. Now when Jonathan and the people heard these words, they gave no credit unto them, nor received them, because they remembered the great evil that he had done. For he had afflicted them very sore. But with Alexander they were well pleased, because he was the first that entreated of true peace with them, and they were confederate with him always. Then gathered King Alexander great forces and camped over against Demetrius. And after the two kings had joined battle, Demetrius' host fled. But Alexander followed after him and prevailed against them, and he continued the battle very sore until the sun went down, and that day was Demetrius slain.
Demetrius' plan backfired, right? I don't believe in karma, right?
Reap what you sow, though.
You reap what you sow.
Yep.
So we don't, our people say karma, right? I believe in karma. No, well, you just don't understand what that is or where that comes from.
Right.
You're gonna reap what you sow. That's karma. Reaping what you sow. And Demetrius here was hoping what he sowed wasn't gonna come back to bite him, and it did, because Jonathan remembered, right? It says, Jonathan and the people heard these words. They gave no credit unto them, nor received them, because they remembered the great evil. So they remembered. No, I can't let that slide. I remember what you did to our people, the great evil you brought upon us. We're not letting that slide off the table. It's here. It's present. Okay. But with Alexander, they were well pleased. Hey, we never had no beef with you. Yeah, we had beef with your dad, with your father's father, but we don't have no beef with you. His hands were clean in this situation, right? Alexander, they're like, hey, I had no part to do with that. I wasn't in rulership. I wasn't in power. I was just a child. But now I understand, and I'm seeing all these things that are going on. And I see Demetrius, he's trying to come after me. He killed my dad. I want revenge. And I'm going to get it, right? And he did. They went to, these kings went to battle, and Demetrius ended up losing and dying. He gets slain, gets killed, okay?
Salaki, real quick, when it talks about he remembered it, right? Sometimes the Christian church is like, forgive your enemies. So the thing is this. When the Lord sets good against evil, that's what the scripture says. Good is set against evil. Con? You guys are all familiar with that. I don't got to bring that out. Good is set against evil. When you recognize that this person has not repented and they're put on earth to attack the nation of Israel, that's different. You understand? And so if we can't rightfully divide the word, we will be letting our enemies, you know what I mean? We will be playing that game and trusting them and being destroyed by them. So I just wanted to bring that out because Christianity doesn't cover the other side of the coin. It's like, forgive your enemy. Forgive. It doesn't matter if he, buck raped your dad, or nothing. Hold on a minute here. Hold on. They still want to do that. Because forgiving is a real thing. Like, you don't carry that around. But these people still have it in their heart. So no, you can't. I said prove a friend. That's not a friend. So we just got to understand the depth, the breadth, and the width of the doctrine of Christianity that we're coming out, and this what helps us. Because it said Jonathan, what? Remembered. Go ahead, King. And we keep Passover every year to remember what the nations are doing. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Memorial or remembrance.
That's the difference between the truth for other people. They can't even fathom this type of spirit.
Yeah. So now we're gonna go. We're gonna continue right there. We're gonna do 51 through 55. We're gonna continue on.
This is First Maccabees chapter 10, verse 51 through 55, starting at 51. Afterward, Alexander sent ambassador to Ptolemy, king of Egypt, with a message to this effect. For so much as I am come again to my realm, and am set in the throne of my progenitors, and have gotten the dominion, and have overthrown Demetrius, and recovered our country. For after I had joined battle with him, both he and his host was discomfited by us, so that we sit in the throne of his kingdom. Now, therefore, let us make a league of amity together, and give me now thy daughter to wife. I will be thy son-in-law, and I will give both thee and her gifts according to thy dignity. Then Ptolemy the king gave answer, saying, Happy be the day wherein thou didst return into the land of thy fathers, and sattest in the throne of their kingdom.
So now we see a new treaty, right? Alexander's reaching out to the king of Egypt, right? And his name was Ptolemy, right? So he's reaching out. Hey, I'm in rulership now over here. Let's make a league, a covenant. Let's be at peace with each other, okay? So now we have this alliance on the table, right? Alexander's at peace with us. Alexander's at peace with Egypt, okay? Let's go to First Maccabees chapter 11, verse 8 through 19.
And a lot of people know about Cleopatra, but they don't know it's right here in the Bible.
That's right.
Yeah.
This is the book of First Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 8. King Ptolemy, therefore, having gotten the dominion of the cities by the sea unto Seleucia upon the sea coast, imagined wicked counsels against Alexander. Whereupon he sent ambassadors unto King Demetrius, saying, Come, let us make a league betwixt us, and I will give thee my daughter whom Alexander hath, and thou shalt reign in thy father's kingdom. For I repent that I gave my daughter unto him, for he sought to slay me. Thus did he slander him, because he was desirous of his kingdom. Wherefore he took his daughter from him, and gave her to Demetrius, and forsook Alexander, so that their hatred was openly known. Then Ptolemy entered into Antioch, where he set 2 crowns upon his head, the crown of Asia and of Egypt. In the mean season was King Alexander in Cilicia, because those that dwelt in the parts had revolted from him. But when Alexander heard of this, he came to war against him, whereupon King Ptolemy brought forth his host, and met him with a mighty power, and put him to fight. So Alexander fled into Arabia, there to be defended, but King Ptolemy was exalted.
Hold it right there real quick, Babakasha. He has 2 kingdoms. The King James Bible is written after who? King James, right? Well, I mean, his name is on it. What 2 kingdoms did he have? No, King James. England and starts with an S.
Spain.
Scott. So the reason why I'm just bringing it out is because, when you hear the cup runneth over, right? One kingdom ain't enough. Sometimes people are over all kinds of stuff and wearing double crowns and all this type of stuff. I just wanted to say that because Hamashiach got a crown for every kingdom on the planet, right? He's going to be handing out what to us? Crowns in 2nd Esdras, right? So all the land is broken up in regards to the 12 tribes of Israel when you go back into the Old Testament. Yeah, you guys are familiar with that? That the nations get their land according to the 12 tribes of Israel. So all these other people ruling with these multiple crowns and stuff like that, when it's us, it's the 12 tribes ruling over the whole planet. I just wanted to insert that there because right here you have people, oh, I have Asia, I have this, I have that, you know, and even Nebuchadnezzar, man, he was over so much at one time. So I just wanted to kind of get your mind into what's going on here. There's people just conquering and conquering and conquering, and next thing you know, you're like what was his name? Alexander the freak, right? Running around a weirdo, but look at how many things he conquered. So it's the only reason why I'm bringing this out is because the 12 tribes of Israel, we have at the time when we get our dominion back, we're ruling over all these kingdoms, but right now you see it out of order, and one man has all these crowns or 2 crowns or 3 crowns. Just wanted to bring that to your attention because that's what's happening in this time of rulership.
Verse 17. For Zabdiel the Arabian took off Alexander's head and sent it unto Ptolemy. King Ptolemy also died the 3rd day after, and they that were in the strongholds were slain one of another. Verse 19. By this means Demetrius reigned in the 167th year.
So going back to verse 8. King Ptolemy imagined in his heart wicked counsels against Alexander, right? And so he sent ambassadors into King Demetrius. I thought King Demetrius died by the hand of Alexander. He's talking about his son. Okay? His son. So his son is in rulership, right? So King Ptolemy's reaching out. Obviously, Demetrius is going to be against Alexander. You just killed my dad. So he's making a league between, it's just power hungry, power moves, right? Let's come together and battle against this guy because he just killed your dad. Okay, yeah.
Inheriting beef.
I'm with it, right? He just killed my dad. I could use all the help I could get,
right, to
do this, right? So they agree, right? And he said, you know what? Look, whereupon he sent ambassadors looking, and he said, hey, let us make a league. I'll give you my daughter that I gave Alexander,
right,
and you shall reign in your father's kingdom that he had, that your Alexander took from him. And it says, I repent that I gave my daughter unto him, for he sought to slay me. But look, he slandered him because he was desirous of his kingdom. Alexander didn't do nothing to him, but he slandered him. He's starting these problems with me. He's trying to be at war with me. That wasn't the case, right? He lied. He slandered him. Okay? But that was the gift that he was willing to give to Demetrius. I'll give you my daughter, and you can have your father's kingdom. Okay? So he took his daughter from Alexander and gave her to Demetrius, and their hatred was openly known. Everybody knew about the fight. Right? Ptolemy entered into Antioch and set 2 crowns upon his head, Asia and Egypt. Now, Alexander heard of the war coming up against him, and Ptolemy brought up his army against him. Alexander fled, and he was killed, right? And his head was brought back to Ptolemy. And then it says, after he got his head, it says, Ptolemy died the 3rd day after. All this power moves and all of this just to die.
Yep.
Right. And so, wait. Now, Ptolemy's dead. Alexander's dead. Who's in power now? Demetrius. That's all that's left. So look how his father went from being in power to losing it, to these other people being in power, to them taking each other out, basically. And now the rulership is back in Demetrius' power. His son, though, right? So the son of Demetrius, which is Demetrius, is now in rulership, okay? Again, just timelines so we understand. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible to understand how things are getting handed over, okay? the buildup.
And they're tracking the timeline too, because you notice they always give you some kind of timestamp. It says, and by this means Demetrius reigned in the 170 year. So this would be something interesting to actually write a timeline out, and just you can see the patterns of things.
It would
the
be
Lord
beautiful.
doing. Yeah.
God. It would be time consuming, but it would be beautiful
Yeah.
if done, executed properly.
Right.
Now we're gonna go to 1 Maccabees chapter 11, verse 28 and 29.
This is verse 28. Then Jonathan desired the king that he would make Judea free from tribute, as also the 3 governments with the country of Samaria, and he promised him 300 talents. So the king consented and wrote letters unto Jonathan of all these things after this manner.
So Jonathan went to Demetrius, said, "Look, we're not gonna pay you we don't want to pay tribute, right? Make us free from tribute." Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing if we didn't have to pay taxes no more?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be such a beautiful thing? We might actually be able to afford something,
Right.
right? So he went for his people and said, "Look, we want to be free from tribute." And the king consented and wrote letters unto Jonathan, right? So they're in agreement now.
It was granted.
Right? It was granted.
And that goes along with the closed mouth don't get fed. You don't ask for it, I'm not giving it to you.
So we're in good terms with Demetrius,
Right.
right? If we were in good terms, he would be like, "Nah,
Yeah.
you're gonna pay
Right.
pay your tributes. I'm ruling over you."
Right.
Right? No, we're in good standing with Demetrius. So Jonathan and Demetrius in good standing, right? Let's go to 1 Maccabees 11, 39 and 40.
1 Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 39. Moreover, there was one Tryphon that had been of Alexander's part afore, who, seeing that all the host murmured against Demetrius, went to Simulcu the Arabian that brought up Antiochus, the young son of Alexander, and lay sore upon him to deliver him, this young Antiochus, that he might reign in his father's stead. He told him therefore all that Demetrius had done, and how his men of war were at enmity with him, and there he remained a long season.
Always a little remnant still stirring stuff up, bro.
Come on, so you see how it just
It don't stop.
It don't stop. The
It's the land
wickedness
of
don't
funk.
stop. Yeah, they just
What's that? Who sings that song? In the land of funk. In the land of funk.
God.
That's it, man. It just never ends.
And-
Perpetual funk.
Right. So there was one Tryphon that remained from Alexander, right? Before he was killed. He was basically under his rulership, one of his someone in power under him.
Tryphon sounds like a hood name.
Tryphon.
Yeah. Perpetual hatred. Yep. That's right.
So he's seen that everyone that was under the rulership of Demetrius, right? They murmured against him. They
Right.
didn't like how things were going,
Yep.
right? Just like the Americans murmur under Joe Biden,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Can't wait to see him gone, right?
Trying to stir up that civil war.
Right. So he noticed this, right? And he exploited it
Mm-hmm.
and lay sore upon him. Oslakia. And so he went to Samalcu, the Arabian, that brought up Antiochus, the young son of Alexander. So Alexander had a son named Antiochus, right? Or Antiochus. Okay? So do you see how it went from Antiochus, Alexander, Antiochus now? Again, right? And Alexander was probably in remembrance of where the first Antiochus got his power from, right? Because Alexander gave up his rulership to him, basically, and crowned him, right? So it was probably in remembrance of him, right? So now Alexander, before he died, had a son, Antiochus, right? So it's kind of hard to track because you got
Right.
this. It's like, wait, I thought he was dead.
Yep.
Wait, I thought he died like 3 times already. How does he keep coming back? This guy don't die. No, it's just they had sons and they named them, right? You got the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, right? God.
And you have to think like the Ptolemies as well. Like they renamed themselves Ptolemy to, you know, and essentially perpetuate that, that original man, and consider him a god at some point.
Yeah.
So this Tryphon knew that Antiochus, right, Alexander's son, came from a royal bloodline. So he said, "Hey, deliver him to me." Verse 40, that he might reign in his father's stead. He told him, therefore, all that Demetrius had done, and how his men were at war, at enmity with him, and there he remained a long season. So he's seeing, like you said, the civil war. He's seeing the unrest of the people. He's like, watch, I'm gonna exploit this. I see it on the people's faces. We're gonna exploit this guy, okay? And we're gonna use Alexander's son Antiochus to do so. Okay. Let's go to jump down to verse 52 through 56. First Maccabees 11, chapter 52 through 56.
It's like a soap opera on a war scale.
And I'm surprised they haven't made a Netflix show.
Yeah, I know. They probably will. Probably will.
Not of this truth.
I know. Well, they'll twist it though.
Yeah, right.
Not of
This
this.
is, this is First Maccabees, chapter 11, verse 52 through 56. So King Demetrius sat on the throne of his kingdom, and the land was quiet before him. Nevertheless, he dissembled in all that ever he spake, and estranged himself from Jonathan. Neither rewarded he him according to the benefits which he had received of him, but troubled him very sore. After this returned Tryphon, and with him a young child, Antiochus, who reigned and was crowned. Then there gathered unto him all the men of war whom Demetrius had put away, and they fought against Demetrius, who turned his back and fled. Moreover, Tryphon took the elephants and won Antioch.
Stand in awe.
Mm-hmm.
We're in Antioch today, right?
Hello.
Man.
Hey, that's gonna be a new saying. Stand in awe, call hello.
Stand in awe, call hello.
When something comes out in these scriptures, that's like, do I gotta read that again, or are we gonna stand in awe, call hello? Because there's some major stuff in here that everybody should just be going. Don't read that fast.
Gone.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Straight up, slow roast. And I wish I could slow roast it even more, but as you can see, it's a lot of meat on the table.
No, you're hitting key points, bro. We're all getting
meat
it.
on the table.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to keep everyone in track, right? So we're chugging along, but let me break that down before we move any further. So Demetrius was on his throne. Everything was quiet. No wars, no nothing. Everything's peaches and cream. 53. He dissembled in all that he ever spake. You ever put a table together and then had to take it apart? That's what he did. He had something put in place, and he took it all apart. He dissembled it, right? And he estranged himself from Jonathan, right? Didn't speak often with him. He made himself a stranger to Jonathan. Okay. Watch. Neither rewarded he him according to the benefits which he had received of him, but troubled him very sore. Maybe he started making them pay tribute again, right? Because he said he wouldn't, and now maybe maybe he went back to, hey, I'm bored. I need to start something up. You guys are gonna have to start paying tribute again, right? And so after this happened, returned Tryphon with the young child Antiochus, and who reigned and was crowned. And then they took gathered unto them all the men of war whom Demetrius had put away, and they fought against him, and he turned his back and fled. So now Demetrius is put to flight, right? Things have they turned the table on him, right? So let's go to chapter 12, First Maccabees chapter 12, verse 21. And I'm just bringing this one out because if anyone is familiar with 300, the movie 300,
good movie.
This is the scripture for you. This is the scripture. And one of my elders, Yanni Yan, actually mentioned this to me. But if you look on the shield, it looks like a V, right? It's actually an L. stands for an L. And this is the scripture we're talking about. This was the understanding given to me. And you know, verify. But again, 300, that's supposed to be our people. This is what it's talking about. And if you look, they were fighting against Artaxerxes. So, which was, I think he was Persian, right? Persian means, right? So, very, very, it goes into our history, right? And so, from the understanding, that shield stood for the Lacedaemonians, which we're going to read about in 1 Maccabees chapter 12, verse 21.
1 Maccabees chapter 12, verse 21. It is found in writing that the Lacedaemonians and Jews are brethren, and that they are of the stock of Abraham.
It is found in writing, okay? We kept track of our people, right? That the Lacedaemonians and Jews are brethren. So again, going back to that shield, if you look at it, you know, they make it look like a V, but from what I hear, it's actually an L. It's actually an L. So, hey, fact check it. You know, I mean, they love making movies about us, so I don't doubt it. Right? And our people were mighty, and they were small, right? Going up against, look who they went up when you watch the movie, right? Them people were just falling off the cliff. There were so many, they were just falling right off the cliff, right? So it was crazy. But when you look at it, you're like, I don't want to be Leonidas. Like, I want to be mighty like them. You know, fight the battle, fight against have a little army fighting against all of them, and they can't take us down, right? If we band together, no matter how. And then when it goes into don't matter about the multitude of hosts, right? The battle comes from heaven. That's what they were fighting, right? For their people, for their laws, for their culture.
Hey, think about it. The scriptures you brought out at first at the beginning. What was it talking about? One man against 1,000.
That's right. That's right. 1,000 will flee at one man, right? All right. First Maccabees 12 and 39 through 53.
Now, Tryphon went about to get the kingdom of Asia and to kill Antiochus the king, that he might set the crown upon his own head. Howbeit, he was afraid that Jonathan would not suffer him, and that he would fight against him. Wherefore, he sat a way how to take Jonathan, that he might still kill him. So he removed and became Bethan. Then Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for the battle, that came to Bethan. Now, when Tryphon saw that Jonathan came with so great a force, he durst not stretch his hand against him, but received him honorably, and commended him unto all his friends, and gave him gifts, and commanded his men of war to be as obedient unto him as to himself. Unto Jonathan also he said, why hast thou put all his people to so great trouble, seeing that there is no war between us? Therefore send them now home again, and choose a few men to wait on thee, and come thou with me to Ptolemais, for I will give it thee, Slakia, and the rest of the strongholds and forces, and all that have any charge. As for me, I will return and depart, for this is the cause of my coming. So Jonathan, believing him, did as he obeyed him, and sent away his host. He went into the land of Judea, and with himself he retained but 3,000 men, of whom he had sent. And 47. And with himself he retained but 3,000 men, of whom he had sent 2,000 into Galilee, and 1,000 went with him. Now, as soon as Jonathan entered into Ptolemais, they of Ptolemais shut the gates and took him, and all them that came with him they slew with the sword. Then they sent Tryphon and host of footmen and horsemen into Galilee and into the great plain to destroy all Jonathan's company. But when they knew that Jonathan and they that were with him were taken and slain, they encouraged one another and went close together, prepared to fight. Therefore, they that followed upon them, perceiving they were ready to fight for their lives, turned back again. Whereupon they all came into the land of Judea peaceably, and there they bewailed Jonathan and them that were with him. They were sore afraid, wherefore all Israel made great lamentation. Then all the heathen that were round about them sought to destroy them, for said they have no captain, nor any to help them. Slakia. Now therefore let us make war upon them and take away their memorial from amongst men.
Con. Man, that's a lot. That's a lot on the table, right? Let's break it down slowly. Tryphon, I'm gonna go back to 39. Okay, I'm gonna break it down slowly and go through it. Tryphon wanted to get the kingdom of Asia, and he wanted to kill Antiochus, right? That he might set the crown upon his own head. So all that work and effort that he put in, it wasn't to put Antiochus as ruler and keep him there. It was there for him to put him in rulership until he was ready to take over. He had his own agenda, right? But Antiochus had the royal blood, so he knew he could get the people to follow him, right? But for his own purposes, right? So he set Antiochus up. Then he's like, okay, now that he's up and he's got a kingdom, I'm going to take it. I'm going to kill him and rule over these people, right? I'm going to make a name for myself. But Jonathan would not suffer him, would not allow it, right? And so he fought against him. And he was, wherefore he sought a way how to take Jonathan, that he might kill him, right? So he's devising a plan, right? He's devising a plan on how to take out Jonathan. But when they meet, right, in 42, Tryphon saw Jonathan was so great a force. So Jonathan didn't even know if there was funk. You had something, Zaquan?
Imagine meeting Judas Maccabeus. Imagine meeting somebody like, you know what I mean? You're gonna get hit with who you're dealing with. And when he met this, and this ain't Judas Maccabeus right here, but I thought that when Judas Maccabeus was meeting people, you know, like when he was coming across brothers and his adversaries, like let's say you're about to box Mike Tyson and you're all whoop-de-whoop before you meet him. All of a sudden you meet him and your heart drops to your stomach because there's something on that man. That's how I see when I hear this. I'm like, he looked him in his eyes and there was no punk in him.
Yep.
Go ahead, King.
Well, that's why it says he did not dare to stretch his hand against them.
Damn.
He was like, never mind. I was saying this
What
and
was I
that,
thinking?
talking all this mess. I'm gonna lay him down as soon as I see him.
It's like both our bikes.
Yeah, we keep it down.
Yeah. Let's keep it at your house.
So when he seen it though, he was like, yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna do something.
Right.
Let me back to the drawing board. Let me figure out a different way how to approach this.
He swallowed his Adam's apple.
Right.
Boom.
So he received them honorably even though he didn't want to.
Right.
Commended them even though he didn't want to.
Right.
Gave them gifts even though he didn't want to. Commanded his men to be obedient to him even though he didn't want to. All these things he's doing, but he doesn't want to. But he has to because he has to respect that power and authority given to Jonathan. Right?
Remind me of the soldiers when they came to get Christ. And then they had to report back. And they're like, where's he at? We didn't get him. What do you mean you didn't get him? Never have we seen such a man like this. Like they didn't have it to do it. You know, came upon Hamashiach and that was it. And not just in a physical form, But remember when Paul, real quick, I know the lesson's going long, but man, these are just good teaching points. Remember when Paul was killing Christians or taking them? When he got struck on the road to Damascus, there was no physical Mashiach, but the first thing Paul says, Lord, what will you have me do? His whole thing switched.
Yeah.
That conversion is hard in the Bible because he went from persecuting the church of Christ to getting smacked with that power, right? And just being like, if you read that conversion, the first thing that comes out of Paul's mouth, once he understands, Lord, what will you have me do? He went from boom to boom. Yep. And that's what it feels like when you read these scriptures, is he came with a different intent. But that thing said, pop, pop, like that quick. And that just shows you the power of the Lord as these people try to reign over us, that when he hits the switch, how they're going to feel when they see an Israelite. Now we can start to understand that one will make 1,000 flee.
That's right.
Because there's something, it's the Lord they're seeing. It's no longer us. Which don't we just say we're conduits and vessels? What if we get out the way and we decrease and it's the Lord in us now? Those conduits and vessels are filled with power now. And now when people see it, God will remove the shield that he didn't allow them to see it when we were walking around. And now they see something different. So this is just a good teaching point because we don't know how the Lord can shift things. You know what I mean? Like, just take someone's mentality and have them see you for, oh my God, these are the sons of God. The ones we had in derision. Give it up.
Back to verse 44. Right? He's like, why have you brought so many people? Why you got so much security? Why you got so much backup? Right? Look, there's no war between us. Look at that, lying words.
Yeah.
Why are you rolling 3,000 deep? Right? What was it? Was that what it said? I thought I seen a number somewhere. Slovakia. Well, it doesn't say. It just said, why hast thou brought all this people to so great trouble? Right? 40,000 men. Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for the battle. Okay. He's like, why you got 40,000? Hey, there ain't no war between us. He's like, just in case, you know, can't be too safe. I mean, can't be too safe. So he was like, hey, send them home. Verse 45, right? Send them home. Choose a few men to stay with you, right? Just in case, you know, that's your backup. But all the rest, send those guys home. He said, come with me to Ptolemais. I'll give you this city and the rest of the strongholds. And he said, as for me, I will return and depart, for this is the cause of my coming. He's saying, I only came here to give you all of this, these gifts, right? I came to give you these gifts. That's the only reason why I came. Knowing dang well he's lying. He came to kill him, right? And so, unfortunately, Jonathan believed the snake in verse 46, believing him did as he bade him, meaning did as he was told.
Never trust thy enemy.
Right? And sent away his host who went into the land of Judea. He sent his army home, right? And with himself he retained but 3,000 men. That's where I got the 3,000 from. So he still had 3,000 men with him, but that's 37,000 soldiers less than what he had, right? So now Tryphon is feeling a little bit more emboldened, right? Or emboldened to fight, right? And he said, as soon as Jonathan entered into Ptolemais, they closed the gates on him and took him and slew them all with the sword. Got tricked, fell into the trap, right? But when they knew that Jonathan, then sent Tryphon a host of footmen and horsemen into Galilee and into the great plain to destroy all Jonathan's company. But then when they knew that Jonathan was slain, they encouraged one another and went close together, prepared to fight, right? Our leader died, but we're still going to stand up and fight, right? We're not going to give up. And then they went back into the land of Judea, and they bewailed Jonathan, and they were sore afraid. and they made great lamentation. Verse 53. And all the heathen that were round about them sought to destroy them. For they said they have no captain, they have no leader, they have no leadership. They're sitting ducks. They can't make no moves, right? So the other nations are watching for any weakness, any moment of vulnerability. They're gonna seize that opportunity, and that's what they did, right? They said, "Let us make war upon them and take away their memorial from among men. They won't even be remembered in the earth. We're gonna take them all out." See that how these other nations, man, crafty, very crafty, and they're watching at all times. All right, we're gonna go to chapter 13, verse 1 through 9.
5 is big time fire.
This book of First Maccabees, chapter 13 and verse 1. Now when Simon heard that Tryphon had gathered together a great host to invade the land of Judea and destroy it, and saw that the people was in great trembling and fear, he went up to Jerusalem and gathered the people together, and gave them exhortation, saying, Ye yourselves know what great things I and my brethren and my father's house have done for the laws in the sanctuary, the battles also and troubles which we have seen, by reason whereof all my brethren are slain for Israel's sake, and I am left alone. Now therefore be it far from me that I should spare mine own life in any time of trouble, for I am no better than my brethren.
That's a fire scripture right there.
Verse 6. Doubtless I will avenge my nation and the sanctuary and our wives and our children, for all the heathen are gathered to destroy us of very malice.
5 and 6 are fire.
Now,
What's that first word real quick, King? Number 6?
Doubtless.
One more time.
Doubtless I will avenge my nation.
Now, you know the scripture, what it says about a man who's tossed to and fro, or a man that's double-minded. Yeah. So those that are in this truth, if there's any doubt, you got to get to a point where you're doubtless about what you're doing, about your servitude, about your commitment. Go ahead, King. Yeah.
Verse 7. Now, as soon as the people heard these words, their spirit revived, and they answered with a loud voice, saying, Thou shalt be our leader instead of Judas and Jonathan thy brother. Verse 9. Fight thou our battles, and whatsoever thou commandest, that will we do.
Hold it real quick. This is one man. This is one man affecting the whole nation. He put on Hamashiach and became the general. Yeah, like Leonidas. And that inspired. That's why the word is so powerful. It inspires us. This book could just be sitting on a table and change your life. And then you go and speak it to a crowd of brothers, and all of a sudden there's a convocation cracking out. Power of the tongue. And he had life in his words. These words I give you are what?
Life.
Yeah. Call halal.
He said, what are your professions? You know.
Verse. If you read 7 again.
Oh yeah.
Hey, can you read 7 one more? Have we got to 7 yet? Did we read 7 yet?
We finished it. I can go again.
Just real quick, 7.
Verse 7. Now as soon as the people heard these words, their spirit revived.
So there's the spirit in you, and these words are spirit.
Or dry bones.
Bam.
That got brought to life.
Yep. These are the coaches of Israel.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So let's get it. I'm gonna start at verse 2. So our people were in great trembling and fear because why? We didn't have a leader. We're not in great trembling and fear because we have Hamashiach, right? That's what it goes back to.
What a transition, beloved, from this to that.
Come, straight up.
Yeah.
We have a savior,
Halal.
right? So we're not in great trembling and fear. We fear the Lord, but I don't fear man.
We work out our salvation with fear and trembling.
With fear and trembling, right? So applying the fear in the correct places,
yes,
very important.
Call halal.
Okay. So he went up to Jerusalem, right? Simon went up to Jerusalem and gathered his people and gave them exhortation. he strongly encouraged them. That's what exhortation is. Strongly encouraged them. Stop crying like some little babies. Gird up your loins and fight like men. For your people, for your wives, for your children, for the laws, for your heritage, for your culture, for the Most High God. Man up. Put on the whole armor of God. Right? Saying, ye yourselves know what great things I and my brethren and my father's house have done for the laws and the sanctuary. The battles also and troubles which we have seen.
Right.
Look at everything that went through, and you're just going to sit here and cry? Do something about it. You know those people that they're in a bad situation?
Yeah.
And they just stay in a bad situation. No, I can't get out of it.
I've been there.
Right. But that's when you need somebody to come along and say, no, we're going to get out of this situation.
Yep.
I'm going to help you do it. I'm gonna revive your spirit. I'm going to kindle that fire on you. Right? That righteous kindling of fire, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So he says, by reason whereof all my brethren are slain for Israel's sake. I'm not sure in the scriptures where Johanan got slain. I don't know if that's what it's saying, because he says, and I am left alone.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened to Johanan. If anyone could find that or is aware of it. But as far as I counted, it was Jonathan, it was Judas, and it was Eleazar.
Yeah.
There was 5 of them, and this is Simon. So I don't know what happened to Johanan. And Mattathias, he wasn't slain, but I think he died of old age, from what we read. So I'm not sure, again, what happened to Johanan. If anyone has that, I would love to hear it. But he says he's left alone, and all his brethren were slain for Israel's sake. And he said he understood what his brothers went through, what his father went through, and he was like, hey, I'm not going to spare my own life, though, now that this trouble has come upon us. For I am no better than my brethren. He laid down his... Look at it. Now apply that for us with Christ. Christ laid his life down.
Right.
I'm no better.
Right.
I got to do the same thing.
Right.
Okay? Verse 6. I will avenge my nation.
Salakia.
Go ahead.
So even Peter couldn't accept that Christ had to lay his life down. Put it far from you, Lord, that this should happen to you. Remember that? What did Christ call Peter after he told him not to go to the cross?
Satan.
Whenever we don't want to go to the cross for our brethren, we're taking on the ways of man.
Right.
Because when he called him Satan, how did he describe to him what Satan was? Anybody? He made it clear what Satan is. We'll be doing a whole breakdown.
An adversary. He went against the will of God.
Let me give you the beautiful words that came out of Christ.
Okay.
Get behind me, Satan, for you do not desire. I think it's desire. There's a word. The ways of God, but of the ways of man. Man. So man has to come out of being a man. You're born a man. You're born a human being. That's why you have to die to that. So when we bring people into this truth and we teach this type of stuff, it's meaning that man has to die in you. So if you take a pact in your own heart to say, I'm dying today, or when you go home and you're in awe on your bed, if you can kill yourself, these scriptures will mean more. And your fruits will show. You know them by their what? I'll tell you right now, what we're doing is building a nation. That's it. If you think anything else, you're tripping. This has nothing to do with puffing up any human beings or being this and that. It's just building a nation because there is someone who needs to stand in that steed. Someone needs to be in that position. So Christ was teaching Peter, I'm in that position. I was ordained for this position. Everyone coming into this truth, believe it or not, you're ordained to be in this position. Now you have to be honest with you. Are you on Peter's side or on Hamashiach's side? Because Peter was powerful. Peter was with Christ. Peter was doing major things. But even Peter had a hard time struggling. So that's why I wanted to bring that out, because we could just read this. Everybody could be like, yeah, Kwame Ashala, yeah, I'm ready to die. You're ready to die when you show up.
That's right.
And it's not just die in the flesh. Oh, I got shot in the hood.
Right.
You die to watching TV all night. You die to hanging out with that person, doing all the things you want to do. You dead to all. You. Now I'm gonna teach like this, because when it comes real to you, see it. You can't fake the funk. I yield.
Oh, hello. You got to really live it out.
Yep.
Right. I'm gonna continue. We were on verse 6. It says, I will avenge my nation and the sanctuary, our wives, our children, for all the heathen are gathered to destroy us of very malice. Malice is hate in your heart. Their thoughts are set on destroying and killing us and everything that we have. 7. As soon as the people heard these words, their spirit revived. He gave them the word of life, the breath of life. Right? Their spirit was revived. They got that zeal again. The fire was lit in them again, right? Now they were ready to die for the people, right? They needed that. They needed to be lifted up, right? They were down low. They were in a bad situation, right? Their leader, just like when Christ died, right? Everyone around felt terrible, right? They felt terrible.
All those men that died, they had family. That died in those wars and battles, they had wives, grandmas, tias, aunties, all that, kids and children. So you're either going to be like, I'm going to avenge my nation, or I'm going to take it, and that's it.
Now look, when their spirit revived, they answered with a loud voice, saying, you shall be our leader instead of Judas and Jonathan, thy brother. Because of what? Not because of who he was,
right?
Not because of his lineage or anything. It was because of his actions.
And the spirit that God placed in him.
His actions. When we receive these offices,
God, teach, King.
It's not because you've been in the truth for 10, 15, 20 years. It's not because you have the most elaborate breakdowns.
Right.
Not because you could bring out the best precepts.
Right.
It's not because you're the strongest.
Or how charismatic, or how well you speak.
Or how beautiful or whatever. Nothing like that. Right? This is based off of your works.
God.
You receive your position based off of your works and the workload that you want to have.
God.
The workload that you want to receive. But you have to work up to a heavier workload. A lot of people don't want to work up to a heavier. Why would I want more work?
Right. Yeah.
Why would I want more work?
What does America teach? Work to not work, right?
Right.
Let me just give you a spirit that I've been talking to the Lord about. Father God, remove stuff so I have more time to do more work. That's a weird spirit to have. Normally you think, remove stuff so I don't have to do so much work. But I'm like, get out the work of life,
right?
So I can do this work. So now I'm fine-tuning my life, going, you know what? I watched quite a bit of Netflix this week, but I need a break. But you know what? I could have put the scriptures on and watched that while I was resting. Now I'm doing my stretches while the scriptures are on. So the studying part is one thing, but then I'm like, what about the rest of it? Have I called brothers? That brother wanted to counsel. Did you set it up, or say, I'll get back to you, King, we'll set it up, and you don't get back?
Right.
The work is there. And if you'll reap a harvest if you do it. And then the work becomes less for you, but now you get more work. So it just keeps growing. It's like a snowball. And then all of a sudden, blessings overtake you. Now you're surrounded by the kingdom.
Right.
Now you're surrounded by brothers like-minded.
That's right.
And you're powerful. Now you own land. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And now you're growing your own food and sheep. And now you put a couple double wides. And all of a sudden, brothers and sisters stepped up and started making garments and all this other stuff. And I was like, why is the treasury so full? We have all kinds of money coming in. And all of a sudden, do I even need to go to this job no more? You know what I mean? The Lord can do a thing, but you got to put the work up front.
That's right. So Quan put the whole vision out there.
Oh, bro, we be talking all the time. I'm like, I don't know what you're finna do, but let me just get to work and then you do your work. You know, right. I'm like, you make it happen. You do what you want. Yeah. Yet first, and all these.
All things will be added up.
Oh, that's it. And who puts the desires in our heart to have it that way? He does. Because if that desire ain't in my heart, I'm not gonna work towards it.
Right.
If I don't love my brothers, I'm not gonna go after them.
Right.
I'm be like, oh, it's cool. Yeah, I talked to him the other day. He's chilling. What do you mean chilling?
He's chilling.
No, I talked to him the other day, and he brought 2 souls into the kingdom. He's fighting with him right now. He wants me to get on the Zoom later on. Can you do it? Come on, I'm there too. Call me on. You know how we get funny with it. It's like, he's coming into the truth? How long you been working on him? Shoot, 2 years, yeah. But he's willing to hear it.
Right.
So that's the type of work. It's just get them in the kingdom. And then when you get them in the kingdom, you got to put them to work. Otherwise, they'll get stagnant. Because they got to have the same love you have for the brothers and sisters.
Khan. So, beautiful, Saquon. Jonathan now became the leader, and he says, fight our battles, and whatsoever you command us, that will we do. Yahushua is fighting our battles, and whatever he commands us, that's what we're going to do. Whatever he commands us, that's what we got to do. He was commanded, and he did whatever. Nevertheless, let thy will be done. That's what it was.
Yep.
Even when he, he was like, I hope you don't command this.
Right.
I hope you don't command this, but if you command it, I gotta do it.
Right.
I won't break your orders.
Right.
Yeah.
The fear of the Lord is Pure.
Pure.
One of the desires he put in me was to be pure. So if you get the fear of the Lord and you start getting purified, guess where you get to enter? The kingdom. The kingdom's for the pure-hearted. So Hamashiach is the floor plan. He had the purest heart. There was nothing in him like, I'm not going to go for these guys. They're always not listening to you. You didn't see none of that in Hamashiach. I've been getting cut lately dealing with brothers that are out of pocket and then looking at Moses feeling the same way and Hamashiach going, how long must I suffer? And the whole time I'm like, I got to get sanctified so I can do better for brothers. Because let's say I don't do right by you and you go and struggle. He goes and struggles. And then whoever he was feeding goes and struggles. Do we have any clue of how huge we are on this planet? That one brother got everybody in accord to ride. Moses was one brother, came down, gave the law, and everybody said, we will do it. Right. That's what the Bible's telling us. There's power in each individual who will step forward. Look at the cap. If he didn't send me an email a long time ago, he wouldn't be bringing this out right now to the whole congregation. His faith, that mustard seed, built a tree house. And the enemy tried to tempt him and bust him down for trying to set up structure and order. He got hurt going through this process. And then I fired up. And I had to repent. This thing ain't easy. Right. But if you can love the work, it's kind of like let me get this and I'll yield. Let's say you have a defender in basketball, right? And you guys are going to play LeBron James, Michael Jordan. You're going to play some ridiculous player that basically scores every time he touches the ball. But the defender's like, not tonight. Not tonight. I'm sliding shut him down. You got to get in it like that. I don't know if Buster Douglas thought he was going to knock Mike Tyson down, but he went in that ring thinking he was. You got to come at this thing thinking you're finna do it. That's faith. Otherwise, you're kind of just, what did it say? Doubtless. Any doubt, man. Any doubt will mess with it. That one little doubt, dang, I messed up right there. And I'm tired of messing up. I give it back, King.
Khan.
Man, big Khan.
Shaka Khan.
And how about some Sean Connery?
Sean Connery.
And anybody trying to deceive, I'm going to say Decepticon.
You crazy, Zaquan. Decepticon. Oh, my goodness. All right. Let's go to, we got two more.
Bring it out.
2 more accounts. All in chapter 13. We're going to finish at the end of chapter 13. So this is going to be 1 Maccabees chapter 13, verse 31 through 34.
1 Maccabees chapter 13 and verse 31. Now Tryphon dealt deceitfully with the young king Antiochus and slew him.
Treachery.
And he reigned in his stead and crowned himself king of Asia and brought a great calamity upon the land. Then Simon built up the strongholds in Judea and fenced them about with high towers and great walls and gates and bars and laid up victuals therein. Moreover, Simon chose men and sent to King Demetrius to the end he should give the land an immunity, because all that Tryphon did was to spoil.
So you see, Tryphon was a deceitful snake, and he ended up slaying King Antiochus, and he reigned in his stead, and took his crown, and was king over Asia, and brought great calamity upon the land. He wasn't fit to rule. He wasn't fit to rule. Then Simon built up the strongholds in Judea. He's getting ready for war. He fenced them with high towers, great walls, gates, bars, laid up victuals.
Can you get the definition of victuals, below? Someone of you two?
You want the actual victuals? Is just rations of food.
Right. So the reason why we're bringing that out is because, like you said, he's getting ready.
Yeah, he knows what's coming.
Yeah, and so if there's a garrison out there watching that, they're no good without the victuals. You know what I'm saying? So count the cost.
Yep.
So we're bringing people into the spirit of this thing, and then also giving them a projection. Like Zebulon managing a store, right? Big sale coming up, right? Or holiday weekend or whatever. They're going to probably stock up more on this certain item, right? So we take advantage. So I'm building up all these walls, but I got to make sure there's people there with some sustainability to keep that wall up. Otherwise, I built that wall for nothing. So that's with us. If we can look into the future, we can cover all our bases. What they say, dot my I's and cross my T's. That's why the Most High is big on prep day. You know, the Sabbath of prep day. Cross your I's and dot your T's, or backwards. So that on that day, you keep the command right. Same thing going into battle, into war. If you count the cost, proven men, it's always talking about he sent proven men. Because the minute you don't pay attention, I just got a whole bunch of jakes going out there. You put that wall, you put that victual, they squandered it all. So I just wanted to say that because every one of us, it's your integrity you're bringing to the table. You know, I yield. Because I used to fail at that. If a brother came into the congregation, I so bad wanted to put him into work and doing all that. And then all of a sudden he's pissing people off and they don't want to come to the congregation. And I seen it in another body that grew fast. They had an elder that was texting people on the side and hating on them and dividing the congregation. Same thing when we're protecting. If somebody don't know their job or they don't know the severity of their job, they're not going to. What does it say, King? The shepherd for hire is different than the.
Right. He doesn't truly care about the flock.
So there's big giant congregations of a lot of people, but if we have a small congregation and everybody's lightning hot, I'd rather be in that nucleus than to have a big old truckload of ox. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to point that out because as he's prepping, he had to fire those people up first. So when they go out there, they take that fire with them.
And kind of like there's a scripture in Iraq, and it reminded me of it before. It says to a family and your children, it's better to have one child that believes on the Lord and fears the Lord versus 100 children.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember that one. I wish I knew to call that out. But yeah. Go ahead, King.
We're actually going to grab the rest of 13. So we just finished on 34. And so, we got that right?
Oh, wow. He's about to say everything we were just saying. He chose men. He's about to say it. 34.
Right. So Simon chose men, sent them to Demetrius, right?
Okay, real quick.
Chosen men.
Picking.
Handpicked.
Yeah.
Handpicked. Not gonna just send anybody.
Yeah.
All right. And so he sends these men that they should give the land immunity. So he's sending them as messengers, saying, "Hey, give us immunity. No tribute, no war, peace between us. Right? Leave us alone." We're asking peaceably, leave us alone. And if not, then it's war. Right? Because all that Tryphon did was to spoil, so he knew you guys are coming for us. But look, we're coming to you before you even come to us. Leave us alone. Give us peace. Stop messing with us, please. We're tired of losing people. We're tired of it. Okay? And so we're gonna continue on. We're gonna read 35 all the way to the end.
Bring it out.
So we're gonna go 35 to 40, and then I'm gonna switch readers.
First Maccabees chapter 13 and verse 35. I'm gonna start at verse 34. Moreover, Simon chose men and sent to King Demetrius to the end he should give the land an immunity, because all that Tryphon did was to spoil. Unto whom King Demetrius answered and wrote after this manner: King Demetrius, unto Simon the high priest and friend of kings, and as also unto the elders and nations of the Jews, sendeth greeting. The golden crown and the scarlet robe which he sent unto us we have received, and we are ready to make a steadfast peace with you, yea, and to write unto our officers to confirm the immunities which we have granted. And whatsoever covenants we have made with you shall stand, and the strongholds which ye have builded shall be your own. As for any oversight or fault committed unto this day, we forgive it, and the crown tax also, which ye owe us. And if there were any other tribute paid in Jerusalem, it shall no more be paid. And look, who are meet among you to be in our court, let them be enrolled, and let there be peace betwixt us.
Ambassadors are so important, man.
This is First Maccabees chapter 13, verse starting at 41 to the end.
Bring it out.
Thus the yoke of the heathen was taken away from Israel in the 170th year. Then the people of Israel began to write in their instruments and contracts in the first year of Simon the high priest, the governor and leader of the Jews. In those days Simon camped against Gaza and besieged it round about. He made also an engine of war and set it up by the city, and battered a certain tower and took it. And they that were in the engine leapt into the city, whereupon there was a great uproar in the city, insomuch as the people of the city rent their clothes and climbed upon the walls with their wives and children, and cried aloud, beseeching Simon to grant them peace. And they said, deal not with us according to our wickedness. It says, but according to thy mercy.
Reminds me of Troy and Batarams and all that.
Right. So Simon was appeased towards them and fought no more against them, but put them out of the city and cleansed the houses wherein the idols were.
And just real quick, he cleansed the house where the idols were. They refer to him as a priest. We never lose sight. It always just seemed like some military man. This is the army of God. It's a priest. I want them idols out of there.
Right.
Go ahead, Ken.
And so entered into it with songs and thanksgiving.
All law.
Yeah, he put all the uncleanness out of it and placed such men there as would keep the law, and made it stronger than it was before, and built therein a dwelling place for himself.
Hallelujah.
They also of the tower of in Jerusalem were kept so straight that they could neither come forth nor go into the country, nor buy nor sell. Wherefore they were in great distress for want of victuals, and a great number of them perished through famine. Then cried they to Simon, beseeching him to be one with them. I got it.
There's mercy in this. There's mercy in the Apocrypha right here.
Then cried they to Simon, beseeching him to be at one with them, which thing he granted them. And when he had put them out from thence, he cleansed the tower from pollutions, and entered into it 23rd day of the second month.
Read that one more time.
And entered it
and entered into it the 23rd day of the second month.
God. So for us, that was on Tuesday.
Done.
It's a Sabbath today, but this is when we were able to all get together
Done.
and commemorate this.
Right.
Okay. So for us, that was on Tuesday. That was the second month, 23rd day. And I do want to say Salakia because I believe earlier on I put the destruction of Nicanor and the Feast of Simon together. They're separate. The destruction of Nicanor is the 13th day of the 12th month. So I want to say Salakia if I confused anyone on the live or anyone watching this in the future. Destruction of Nicanor is the 13th day of the 12th month. The Feast of Simon is the 23rd day of the second month. Okay, they're separate. Destruction of Nicanor is separate from the Feast of Simon. But as you see, there's 3 feasts that go. We went through 3 feasts. We're on the 3rd feast. We did a Feast of Dedication, the Destruction of Nicanor, and now we're on the Feast of Simon. Okay, 3 feasts in this first Maccabees. Mighty.
Started back at 51, and entered into it 20th day of the second month in the 170th and 1 year, with thanksgiving and branches of palm trees, and with harps and cymbals, and with viols and hymns and songs, because there was destroyed a great enemy out of Israel.
We can start playing those type of music that have harps in it and stuff, and we can have palm trees, like palms and stuff, just like tabernacles.
He ordained also that day. He ordained also that day should be kept every year with gladness. Moreover, the hill of the temple was by the tower he made stronger than it was, and there he dwelt himself with his company. And when Simon saw that John his son was a valiant man, he made him captain of all the hosts that and dwelt in Gaza.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. So we're building something.
No, and Salaki, real quick.
Go ahead,
That's
Shaquan.
another father and son deal.
I was gonna say we're building this.
We gotta do a
but
whole class on
we
that.
build it so much, we're leaving it for our children, and we're trying to see that. Yeah, he's seen. Man, my son is that's a mighty brother right there. He's worthy of being captain, right? But you can't just say that just because he's your son. He has to actually prove it through his works.
Yahushai, can you get Exodus 23? Get the last 4 verses, Babakashah, when Cap's done.
Con. So again, the people they seen Simon, and there's also in Sirach you can see it talks about Simon, and it refers to him as it refers to Christ. That's how much.
Yeah.
That's how bright he was. That's how much.
Right.
That's when you look at it, you'll see the resemblance of Christ on him.
Right.
So it's a very beautiful thing.
Yeah, it is.
And he was a priest, like Yahushua is a high priest.
Right,
So
right.
it was, man, a lot of power with all those brothers.
Yeah.
Right. But as you see, it just gets handed over to the next powerful brother, to the next powerful brother, to the next powerful brother. Right. So
A nation of kings and priests,
right?
Oh, a nation of priests at that caliber.
Right. Right. And so we have to put on Christ truly, right? And we can walk in his power and authority. And he gets his power and authority from the Most High God. Right?
Endless power and authority.
Right.
That was
Exodus 29. You can start at the 4th verse up. This is in regards to fathers and sons. So listen. Let's say you have a son, right? He's not here at the convocation. He's not with you, right? I want you to consider that and bring your brothers in to pray. Let's fight and attack anything that would keep your son from coming into the priesthood. Because the knowledge that he's giving you, as much as you want to give it to him, he has to be here. He has to see these things, right? So we're going to start fighting it. Exodus 29.
Verse 1.
Start at the 4th verse down from the end of the chapter. I know it sounds weird. I just can't remember if should be like 23 or what is it? What does Exodus 29 end at?
40, 46.
Okay, pull up at about 43. If I'm quoting right, I'm going off memory.
This is Exodus chapter 29 and verse 43. And there I will meet with the children of Israel.
Back up one. Go up one more.
Verse 42.
Okay.
This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, where I will meet you to speak there unto thee.
Okay,
And
so
there,
let's not take that lightly. The Lord's gonna meet to speak with us there. Go ahead.
and there I will meet with the children of Israel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory.
Okay, so hold on. That's big words right there. The tabernacle, right? I'll meet with the Israelites at the tabernacle, and I will sanctify the Israelites with my glory. This is our literal tabernacle right here. He met with us by his word, sanctified us by his glory. Simon had the glory of Hamashiach. Continue reading. Watch what happens.
Verse 44. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons.
Aaron and who?
Aaron and his sons.
Read.
To minister to me in the priest's office.
In what office?
In the priest's office.
Go ahead.
45.
Hold on. Before we go any further, was your father giving you precepts? Did you and your father minister in the office of the tabernacle of God? And was he not here? But this one's special. This is father and son. I always tell you about this. I tell everybody about this. I've been rocking with my Banyams for like 7 years. I know this thing. And it needs to be taught in the nation more. That scripture should be like Deuteronomy 28:68. Anywhere you go, you see a father and son. Anywhere you go, you see a father and son doing it in a congregation there. Yahweh said he's there, sanctifying everybody. If you believe upon that word and it's pure, his father and his son, as pure as it is now, it's going to get pure. You're going to be more sanctified. You're going to be doing this thing. His son Enoch, as soon as he came as a captain, I'm like, okay, you're going to put your son to work. As soon as he came into the congregation, you can ask him. Oh, yeah, he came to the first camp. He had no idea to put his son on a microphone. He had no idea I was going to do that. My son was 11 years old first time he went out there. His son's starting early. So your son, we're going to pray. We're going to fast. And somehow or other, he's going to break loose. And you two are going to be moving like this. Some pull, some pull. Papa got a precept. And you're going to be ministering in the priest's office if Yahweh grants you that. That's my hope for you. Finish it off, King. So I'll pick it up where you just the verse you read. Whatever you were just reading, started from that.
Verse 44. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation.
Of the who?
Of the congregation.
Everything's congregation. There's no individualite here. There's no partner you just hear once in a while. There's no partner you just see once in a while. It's congregation members.
And the altar.
Altar is where you offer your service.
I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons.
So the father and son getting a double dose.
To minister to me in the priest's office. 45. And I will dwell among the children of Israel.
Hold on. We don't want to do this if he ain't dwelling with us. He will do. He's dwelling. He's here. I know he's here. There's nobody spraying up the block on us today. Go ahead.
And I will dwell among the children of Israel.
That's a big deal.
And will be their God. 46. And they shall know that I am the Lord their God.
Everyone here knows it.
That brought them forth out of the land of Egypt.
We came out of darkness. We all know that. We all confess that. We all confirm that.
That I may dwell among them. I am the Lord their God.
You don't want to be nowhere unless that's going on. There's fathers and sons and they ain't put it together yet. They need to meditate on that. Bring it to the elders, bring it to the Zaquan, to the captains, and we pray on that. Because that's a formula. He said twice I dwell amongst that.
And that's key because we're supposed to keep these ways throughout our generation. How do they get taught throughout our generations? Father to son. Father to son. Father to son.
What's the baddest dynamic in the Bible? Yahweh, Yahushai. Father, son.
Bring it out.
Bro.
Right.
It was a great lesson, King.
Yeah.
Want to sign off?
Khan, all praises to the Most High. Dawadav. I know it was long,
Beautiful.
but it was many
Yeah.
much edification.
Call
and,
halal.
and we went through 3 different feasts,
Yeah.
all to get all the way to the Feast of Simon.
Right.
And I'm so grateful that the Lord allowed us all to come together on this
Hallelujah.
holy day, on the Sabbath, to convocate together and to keep this Feast of Simon and to keep it as a memorial, because it was ordained for us to do so.
By Shema Mashiach.
So I just want to give all praises, all glory, and all all praises, all glory, and all honor to the Most High God.
Hallelujah.
By Hashem Mashiach.
Ready? Let's get it. Let's finish it off just as strong.
5 hours.
5 hours. All praises. Want to give it a whirl?
Yeah. Let's see if I got it.
Men of Israel. On 3, 2, 1. Kwam Yashala! Kwam Yashala! Kwam Yashala! Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Shalom, family.
Like you were like a guard.